Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Happy Saturday. What's going on, Scoobs? Mel, Ice Wolf. Oh, celebrity alert. Above the Bar podcast in the house. What's going on, Sean? How are you doing, my friend? Brent? Scoobs, buddy, what a long week for you. Beer? No. Ardbeg 10? Yes. Oh, that's peaty. That is delightfully peaty. Mr. Young, how are you doing? 2 a.m. last night. I'm not going to lie, I was eating lasagna at 2 a.m. last night. It's true. It happened. All right, so some of you, the astute followers, will notice I did switch up the mic a little bit. I got rid of the old one and went with the slightly less pop protection. We'll see if I need it. Hey-o, what's going on? Mr. Sean. So speaking of legends, ladies and gentlemen, Sketch School Sean from Instagram. What's going on, Sean? How are you, man? I got 2 Seans. Nice. I haven't been on a plane in a while. I'll be in California in April, so I'll be flying in the end of March. Ford versus Ferrari? I think Ford versus Farrier is an adult film. Don't Google that. It was a good movie. It had its moments. Oh, yeah, I do what I can. All right, so some of you have seen the post. The Friendly Neighborhood Gallery break has been postponed to next week. We only sold 8 or 9 spots out of the 25, and since this one is a live break as opposed to something that is boxed, all spots will need to sell out. What's going on, Brent? Oh, I'm good, man. So next week, Saturday, we're going to end up doing it live. It'll be sold out by then. I am certain, both of those. Throw it into one word. Why not? Oh, goodness. Certain. Nice, man. Any good projects in the works? Come on, let's get a free plug in here. What do you got coming out? What are you allowed to talk about in the art universe that you got coming out soon? If you're not following Sketch School _Sean, you need to be. The man puts in the work. That is an absolute fact. The man puts in the work. The Great Scoobs. Going on, Don? What up, man? What's shaking? Probably Chef, but he'll be here in a little bit. Yeah, that's a Parkinson's joke. Sorry. He'll be the first one to make it. I just beat him to the punchline. Lazy day. I don't get those anymore. Now that I'm second shift, I don't get lazy days. I feel like I work 7 days a week now. I mean, technically, I have 2 jobs. My computer keeps telling me to upgrade to Windows 11, and I keep telling it to shove it up its circuit breaker. working a bunch of baseball, foosball, and thinking about another turtle set. I like that idea. Another person you should be following. Working on an NFT for a biking company. Working on weekly. Nice. Very good to have a weekly. So are you doing all the random items for it? Putting together all of the components that for the randoming, or are you doing the straight pre-drawn NFTs as opposed to the randomed ones? And by the way, I saw Don earlier today. So people realize that Don and I are both real. I saw him at the grocery store. So we actually do leave our homes. What's going on, Panda? How you doing? What's up, you stud? Yeah. You must have the wrong DC. Unless it auto-corrected turd to stud. Hey, man, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm in. Oh, I understand. If you can't talk about it, that's great. But hey, I like the ones that are for a cause. My very first NFT that I bought was, I'll totally plug it, Sea Bums. As some of you know, I am former Navy, and I am still a big fan of the ocean. That's right, work and food. Thank you. Thanks, Panda. So they actually are for a good cause, too. I believe it's 20% of all initial minting goes towards the ocean cleanup project, and then 3% residual sales go to the same product. So it's growing perpetually to help clean up the ocean, which is good for me. So that was the one that I pulled, and I got in fairly early. I think there's less than half of the remaining ones. And I actually minted it. As a matter of fact, mine was number 576. They're in the 5,000s now. So those are they're random minted until 10,000, with I think 6 or 7 one of one that are like unique, do not share properties with anything else. So I've been telling everybody about that one. It's like 0.04 ETH to mint. So it's not even an expensive one. It's fairly inexpensive in comparison to some of these mint marks. But that was the very first one I got into. Now, Bourbon, on the other hand, who Bourbon will probably see tonight, he's got Bored Ape Yacht Clubs. He had a couple at one point. DJ Khaled bought one directly from Bourbon. Or, excuse me, somebody bought one for DJ Khaled as a present from Bourbon. He can tell you more about NFTs than I can ever imagine to speak of. So let's see, the Super Bowl. So that was a thing. I haven't seen you guys since the Super Bowl. You know, there's a very happy Doug. As a matter of fact, he's so happy he took the family on a much-needed vacation, so we're not going to see Doug tonight, more than likely. But Stafford got his ring. Now, I know we got a couple of Cincy fans in the house. Cincy has a lot more years to get their ring for Joey Burr. But I'm glad to see Stafford got one. Of all the poop he had to eat in Detroit, it's nice to see him get a ring to polish off the end of his career. And couldn't have happened to a nicer woman as well. His wife, is doing fantastic. Just don't try to take a picture of him or you'll fall. Well, now that Doug has seen his second Rams win, it's time for Buffalo to get theirs next year. So already, if you Google it, the Bills are the betting favorites to win the Super Bowl already for next year. It's very early to say that, but apparently Brendan Bean, the GM in Buffalo, said he is just sinking mountains of money into the offensive line. So his top priority is protecting Josh Allen. Yeah, all right. It's ladies of Detroit. If you really want a ring, you gotta leave Detroit. It's true. Poor Detroit. It's karma for what they did to Barry. Yeah, OBJ got his ring, albeit on a hobbled leg. And another ACL for OBJ. You gotta wonder, is he going to be basically a what's going on, Benj? Bonjour, monsieur. Is OBJ just going to be a red zone threat now? Is he going to have the long ball anymore? Is he going to have the ups after 2 knee surgeries? We'll have to find out. Benj, I see they finally started clearing the streets out in your country. They gave them a nice warning, and then they politely arrested everybody who didn't leave. As only a Canadian could. Oh, hey there, man. Sorry, but you got to go. Oh, you're not going to go. I'm going to have to put these cuffs on you. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, got to go to jail. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, bub. Oh, no, hey, don't worry. You finish that donut. Then you get that Timmy hose, and then we go straight to jail. Okay? Good on you. Hey, congratulations, proud pappy of a healthy little girl. Hey, man, congratulations. Healthy is important, my friend. Believe you me, healthy is important, and I'm glad to hear that. Well, let's see. My son is 6, so when your daughter is 21, James will be 27. I mean, we could unite these two countries. They did use horses. I saw them run over a couple of people. It was an accident. Hey, listen, I told you to move. I mean, I wouldn't blame the officer. I'd blame the horse. If you're going to sue anybody, sue the horse. Oh, yeah. So I was taking a Lafreg break. I went in there and I was looking up scotches, and I didn't want to spend $100 on a bottle of scotch because I'm poor. And what's going on, Detroit? How are you doing? I see your boy Stafford got his ring. Congrats to him. And I was looking at Ardbeg. I was looking at Lafreg. I've already had Talisker. I was looking at a older Lafreg. And there's a couple of them that I was looking up. And I talked to him. I was like, hey, are you a Scotch guy here at the store? He goes, actually, I am the Scotch guy. I was like, great. I was like, I have these 3 in mind. He goes, you like Pete? You're getting Ardbeg. And he didn't even wait for me to say yes. He just grabbed the bottle and was like, there you go. I have to update some people real quick. Lots of fun in NFT land, I was just told. Bunches of hacks and exploits going on. So if you have NFTs, keep an eye on your account. My NFT guy just texted me and said, "Hey, there's a lot of things going down as we speak. Keep an eye on your accounts." So if you got a lot of crypto, keep an eye on your accounts right now. If you have NFTs posted, there is a postponement. I know there's a maintenance going on with OpenSea, and they're actually cutting something short. So that may have something to do with it. Yeah, the trivia was fun. I just don't have enough days off to be able to do two shows. Now that I'm working nights, I only have Saturdays for the show, so I wasn't gonna take up the whole Saturday just doing trivia. The breaking and the conversations are way more important. Though I did hear some new interesting trivia that I wrote down, and will be that I will be putting into the next one when that occurs. Speaking of bourbon, all right, so Bourbon was just reaching out to me. He saw the post. The reason that we can't do this particular break, the gallery breaks, do need to sell out before they go and get broken. The reason behind it is because it's a random break and it's not in boxes. It's just per piece. So the ones that are in boxes, like all the ones that we've done previously, the ones that you can see right there, and the vintage Star Wars that we have remaining, those ones are boxed up. Those can be done whenever. The gallery breaks do have to sell out before they can be done live. So I do understand the confusion. I'm actually not only answering it now live, but in my direct line. Bourbon is on a hot streak. Got to be in it to win it. And that man hedges his bets. But I digress. So, speaking of, 7 spots were sold. That means 18 spots do remain. Next Saturday is going to be, they should be sold out by next Saturday. So we should have the break on Saturday as well. I'm actually going to update my list right now as we speak, because we did get a couple of additional sales today. There we go. All right, updated. Bring the trivia back. That was a lot of fun. That was a really good plugin that we had. So the other one I want to test out is they have a Dungeons and Dragons plugin for Twitch that keeps track of your characters, keeps track of their traits, all of their rolls and their hit points, and it's actually really well done. So I'm debating on getting a hold of some of my nerd friends and doing some D&D live, so that you can kind of see the true scope of not only my nerddom, but my ability to act, because chances are I would do my character in character. I mean, I'm not going to paint my face or anything, because typically I play a dark elf, and I'm not going to paint myself as a dark elf. If you don't know what a dark elf is, Google it. And then think about me painting my face to look like a dark elf. Not for any money in the world. Not for any money in the world. All right, that's a lie. You put enough zeros behind the 5, and then maybe I would, but none that many people watching would have. You have to commit to the role. If you make the decimal point a comma, then I'll think about it. No, believe me. If it was you can do the John Travolta. That's right. I did say one of these days I was going to do it on camera. I'd have to practice it for a while. This is the same excuse I gave last time because I haven't practiced it. Detroit is referring to a story about when I used to be a theater actor. John Travolta came to one of my shows, and I had somebody thought it would be cute during one of our things where we got ideas from the crowd to say, "Oh, who is DC gonna play?" And somebody yelled, "John Travolta." And they're like, "Yeah, that's a good one." So I had to do a John Travolta impersonation in front of John Travolta. You want to talk about pressure? Now, I wouldn't even bother looking up to the rafters to see what he did, but somebody afterwards said that he chuckled and got a kick out of it. So I'll go with that story. I didn't have the gumption to look and make eye contact while I was doing it. Sort of GoFundMe. Yeah, right? Yeah. How would you name that? Hey, guys, we need a GoFundMe for DC to do blackface. Don't think that's going to go over very well. Don't think it's going to go over very well at all. Not one that most people will donate to. Not happening. All right, so I know that I do have some degenerate gamblers. What was your biggest win or your biggest loss on Sunday? All in all, I went down a grand total of only $75. So didn't lose very much at all. I hedged most of my bets, but some of them were it was a point spread away from paying off 3 months of mortgage. I had a 6-part parlay. 5 parts came in, but they won by 3 instead of 4.5. Otherwise, my mortgage would be paid until June. So right now everybody's thinking, all right, if I tell them I lost $2,000, it looks bad. I'm going to say 200 and feel better about myself. And then the rest of you are thinking, I won $5, but I'm going to say 50 because it makes me look better. It's okay. You can be honest here. There's the eyelash. Now I got it. after all your bets, you ended up losing only 5. Didn't know where to bet. Well, it depends on what state you're in. New York, you can finally do sports betting. So we can download the app and we can play on Caesars or DraftKings or whatever. Oh, well, that's good, man. See, there you go. Gambling for a cause. Spent $80 on football squares, but two of them were helping out local sports. Yeah, it's a good thing you don't live in Vegas then. I actually find that a lot of the locals, I do have friends that live in Vegas. A lot of the locals don't actually gamble. They have lived there long enough that they know to be the dealer, not the gambler. I have a friend who actually manages part of the Hard Rock. And she's like, well, when I first came out to Vegas, I was betting a third of my paycheck every week. She goes, now? She goes, I know better. Oh, man, don't even get me started on the Vegas buffets. I like food. Food put me in the hospital. I ate myself into the hospital before, so don't even get me started. Gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, and know when to run. That's true. Oh, I see my Russian constituents are here. Thank you, Russian constituents, from taking time out of your busy day of invading the eastern front of the Ukraine and blessing my humble show with your Russianness. Hey, Hellbolt, I love you, man. This one is Pourvu. I like that Hellbolt has a sword next to his name. It's fitting. It is. It's very fitting. Shouldn't they be getting ready for the gold medal hockey game? I have not watched a single bit of the Winter Olympics. I was going to, and then I heard all the ridiculousness about speed skating and was like, yeah, I don't want to watch. If they're already turning over and cheating, I don't even want to watch it. It's not even worth watching. So after I heard about the speed skating debacle, I was like, nope, we're not going to do it this year. Hello, Ninja. You boycotted the whole thing? Yeah, that's basically where I'm at now. After the speed skating thing, that's it. Yeah. I was going to originally, follow in the leader's footsteps, but I was like, it's not the athlete's fault. Most of the time, it's not the athlete's fault. And these are people that have been training since they were 4. So those to be punished now are being punished, 15 years after or 13 years after they've started reaching that goal. So I was going to watch for them, but then and it's not even a political thing. It's simply the fact that they're overturning speed skating results, and the one Chinese speed skater that clear as day on camera threw the puck under the person's skate in front of them, and they didn't get called for it. I was like, all right, it's a wrap. I'm not watching any of this now. Any of this. None. Not a single one. And believe me, I'm a huge curling and skeleton fan. And I really don't get to watch much skeleton other than the Olympics. There's not a skeleton channel. So I am depriving myself of skeleton this year. Thankfully, Buffalo is a gigantic hub for curling, so I can go watch curling at any time. I just got to go up to the waterfront. But yeah, I have been deprived of skeleton this year. If you don't know what skeleton is, it's basically luge head first If I was to be an Olympic athlete, which clearly I'm not, it would be a skeleton athlete. That's my kind of cool. Was it? Okay, so I did lie. I did watch a little bit of Sweden versus Japan, men's curling, and or was it Finland? Sweden. Sweden, yeah. And they won. Sweden won. And they had it. They had the hammer. They had the last rock, and they had already won, so they didn't have to do anything. So, like a boss, the dude simply let it go and dropped it dead center of the bullseye on the Olympic logo, and he was just like smiled and winked at the camera, like, "Yeah, I'm that good." It was pretty awesome. UK advanced. Sweden is now battling bronze. Okay. 11th end. Wow, okay. Not messing around. 16-year gold streak. Yeah. Yeah, they were looking good too. They did it to Japan. Oh God, I could just sit here and smell this all day without drinking it. Who would have thought a guy named Ice Wolf would be into curling? You got to make a curling card. You gotta buy. Oh, here we go, dude. You gotta buy a retired stone, because all those stones come from one place in the world. You gotta buy one of those stones, smash it up, and slice it. You won't be able to see through it, but you need to embed it and do a whole line of curling cards. Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, if you break it up, if you take not even a sledgehammer, those things are gigantic. If you dropped it from a 5-story building onto metal, you might be able to break it into small enough pieces. Do I know where they're made? I used to. Now I have to Google. I used to know, though. I really did. That's how I know it's from one quarry. From Elsa Craig. All the curling stones used in the World Curling Federation competitions are made from granite from the Elsa Craig Quarry. Since the granite is so rare, there's a possibility the quarries might run out of materials to make new curling stones in the future. It's Scotland. Apparently there's 2 quarries. They did find one in Wales. So there you go. I believe I've seen that one, Ice Wolf. I think we need Lee to do just a series of sketch cards so that I could buy it and give them away as free gifts. 1 of 1 Lee Cozy DC the Breaker exclusive. DC the Breaker in the wild. It'll be like one of me curling. It'll be like one of me drinking scotch. It'll be one of me dropping a deuce, curling my mustache. breaking. It'll be like the famous thinker, but me on the can. Anybody go to, does anybody go to the Cheesecake Factory? If you've been to the Cheesecake Factory lately, they have these things called Buffalo Blasts. Don't Google Buffalo Blasts. I'm sure it's not safe for work. They make these things called Buffalo Blasts. They're phenomenal. They're really good. Really good. Mrs. the Breaker just cracked the recipe and made them at home. And they were muy delicioso. Sean's like, I got dibs on a break spot. I want the DC exclusive. Man, I wouldn't make anybody pay for those. I would probably buy them from him and then just give them away as gifts for those who would actually want them. Be like, hey, you can have this, or like a pack of peanuts, and see who takes the card or the pack of peanuts. Be like, hey, you can have that, or a DCD Collects card stand. Some gently used tape. Yeah, Indians fan, we'll go with that. She can bake. She made the brookies, the brownies that have cookies embedded in them. She made those today. They were delicious. She makes a mean bowl of cereal. That milk to cereal ratio, spot on. All right, Sean. It sounds like, I'm familiar with the Bills Mafia. Buffalo Blast cannot be good. Yeah, as I said, don't Google it. You're not going to want to Google it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Scoobs. Not everyone can make a mean bowl of cereal. No. Believe me. It's a milk to cereal ratio, and she knows exactly how much. Scoobs, I love that you are the current hype train conductor. It's fitting. Oh, you actually get the food. Two things that make that statement great. First of all, I'm right. You can Google it and find it. Second of all, after saying don't Google it, it's probably nasty. Isof's like, oh, hell yeah, I'm Googling that. Now, the question is, was he looking for the food, or did he want to see what the not safe for work Buffalo Blast really was? I'll let him keep that to himself. I'm just a curious person. Oh, I know how that is. Yeah, they're really good. They are. I hate to say it because I used to be a gigantic fan of the Cheesecake Factory. But the one by us, the quality has gone downhill. The Buffalo Blasts were like the only good thing that they had. I used to love their, believe it or not, of all things that they had, besides their cheesecake. I loved their, all right. I had their, Cuban sandwiches. Odd thing to order for them, but they're actually very good. Not anymore. Now the one by us at the Galleria Mall, what's the best PG-13 way to say it? Sucks donkey balls. So we don't eat there anymore. When are you going to get some DC merchandise? Why would you want it? No, nobody wants DC merchandise. We toss the idea around of putting my mustache on a t-shirt, or some of the odd things that have come out of my mouth. We did toss around the idea of the Fugs shirt. Still would have been fun. This guy Fugs. Would have been a nice inside joke for everyone. They actually, so it's not Twitch. I think it's OBS, which my Streamlabs that I go through. I believe they have a store where I can design my own merchandise, and it doesn't cost me anything. But I just feel weird designing something and have somebody buy it. Just seems odd to me. Hey, there's Bourbon. Everything's secure. In the great words of the Marathon Man, is it safe? DC the Breaker stickers that can randomly show up around Buffalo and the world. I agree. That I am all for a little healthy graffiti. I'm all about tagging. I'm in. Not even the Commander's DC merch. Oh, that's right. That happened. First of all, I think if you go back, one of my videos a month ago, I announced that their name would be the Commanders. I did put that on video. I know for a fact I did. Is it the same guy that tried to rip you off? I love Banksy. I've actually got to see quite a few Banksys up close. I have a picture of a Banksy of the Nola girl, and unfortunately, a bunch of stunads tried to cut Nola girl out of the wall and have ruined her. So I have a photo of her before she was ruined. Well, thanks, man. Maybe I'll have some in Anaheim or Comic-Con. Oh, got it. Yeah, I saw they were trying to get everyone to migrate now. Thankfully, I don't sell anything. I think I have one thing listed. The only thing I currently have listed, let me pop open my crypto window. Make sure there's nothing on here that I can't show anybody. All right, what's my password again? PASSWORD 1 2 3. All right. Do. Come on. Do it. All right, let me make sure I can show this. Here, make sure that doesn't, I don't want anybody to see that. Give me 1 second. I just need to edit off the screen the important stuff you shouldn't be able to see. I don't know if I can do that. What I could do is this, though. Yeah, there's the answer. There's the answer. We're going to hide that. All right. So that is the only thing I have for sale. And what you're looking at is a snapshot of the transaction in which about $2 billion USD was moved from one wallet to a collection of other wallets for about 43 cents worth of gas. $2 billion transacted for less than a cup of coffee. How they managed to get that type of transaction for such a cheap amount is mind-blowing. So I took a screenshot and created an NFT out of it. I call it $2 billion for less than a cup of coffee. That's the only thing I have for sale right now. I needed to get a new chair. I broke my last chair. I'm borrowing Mrs. the Breakers. Mine was a little bit more comfortable. I think hers has too much padding on it. I'm more of a bare bones type person. Oh, you can see all my shipping supplies right here. Yup. You have a couple pennies listed? Not anymore. Yeah. I think that one is through... That's not even listed on the Ether. That's listed on Polygon. I believe I have that listed on Polygon right now. I did get one of those. So Kia, the car company, after the great success and popularity of their Super Bowl commercial featuring the electronic dogs, they made a run of NFTs that are randomized featuring said little dog. They did 10,000 of them. They still have 8,003 of them left. But it was like $20. So I got one. And it's different random dogs, different sizes, different ages, different toys, and different superpowers. Mine is a 10-year-old female bulldog, and anybody who knows me knows I think bulldogs are ugly. Golden colored, large, and the superpower is finding sticks. Also comes with a food bowl. But I mean, you can argue it's cute for a digital dog. What I didn't know is it's on like the dudiest network. It's a Tezos network. I didn't realize it wasn't going to be on one of the two main nets. It's on this fringe network. You live and you learn. Oh, and Kia was donating a bunch of the money to dog adoption and foster care. So it was good cause. I'm typically not going to buy an NFT unless there's a cause behind it or it has personal value to me. That's just how I roll. Yeah, it's I'm checking out my multi-stream now. I love it. So the Russians who bombard the channel are smart enough to make their post and then immediately delete it so that you can't go in and ban them. So you have to catch them in the split second that it pops up on the screen. Because they know it'll stay on my main screen right here. Since I can't delete or edit that. Very smart. Very, very smart. Oh, well, it is what it is. What else does everybody have going on? Anything that anybody need some shout outs? Anybody need some happy birthdays? By the way, shout out to Trevor's dad. Trevor's dad's birthday is today. So shout out there if he watches this video. Tomorrow we are celebrating my mother's birthday. The 18th is Mama Breaker's birthday. So we're celebrating. All the kids are getting together tomorrow for brunch. I'm very excited to wake up early for that. We now have 2 cats. That's new. Both of them are scaredy cats and won't leave the bed or the teepee that they're in. So that's always fun. Anybody else still have their Christmas tree up? Anybody? Still got the Christmas tree up? Oh yeah, Don, we have 2. We went to get a checkup on the first one and walked out with a second. Yeah, that happened. He's cool though. He's just his owners died, and I'm a sucker for a sob story. His owners died, so we got him. Yeah, I did. I tried. I did. Tonight I plan on feeding him after midnight too. Just saying. I will tell her, Sean. I will be. Hey, by the way, world-renowned artist Sketch Cool is wishing you a happy birthday. Ninja's like, I am here. I'm just lurking whilst I eat. Well, you're a ninja. I would expect you to be lurking. It's kind of like your shtick, the whole ninja thing, right? Listen. Binda, got to ask ya, what you eating? I gotta know what you're. This is why I love you, my Aussie friend. I love it. You need a Mr. Beast steak sandwich from the Falls. Yeah, everybody here would do well to have one of those. And you have to have. We have to go to Anchor Bar and have some wings there. Now, Barbill is in East Aurora. Barbill is widely considered by the locals as the best wings in Buffalo, even though they're technically not in Buffalo. But what I love about Ninja and why she's my favorite Aussie is she knows I'm going to ask what she's eating because her Instagram, not that she'll probably let you follow her, it's only a select few of us, is filled with some of the best looking and I assume best tasting food you're ever going to see. If she wanted to make money simply prepping food and taking photos of it, she probably could. It's just not her prerogative. Double chicken patty burger. Oh yeah. Now you're talking my language. Taco Bell skills challenge goes to Team Cavaliers. As in Cleveland, like the Indians. So good. Like I don't want to drink the last of it. I mean, yeah, I got the bottle downstairs. I just want to leave what's left in here just to smell it the rest of the night. And I think I'll just sip water because it's so good. Oh, it's like smelling a bog fire. Why so dapper? Yeah, my mustache is on fleek, as the kids say. I tried a new mustache pomade that was on clearance for like $3 because, poor. So I really like it. It's good. It's very shiny. It's not coming across on camera because I have a soft light on. But yeah, it is. Ooh, it is shiny. But no, Bold Man, everything's good. Working my tail off. I put in my 40 hours at work, and then for DCD Collects, I would say my total weekly time between texting, updating my files on the computer, setting up for breaks, doing the show, doing the chats beforehand, I put in probably about 5 to 7 hours a week with them. So just shy of 50 hours a week. Can't complain. What did I think of the Super Bowl halftime show? It dawned on me how old I was. I was vibing it. Don't get me wrong. Mrs. The Breaker will tell you I was vibing. Because that was, so growing up, it was my teen years, my middle teen years, when the whole East Coast, West Coast rap thing was going on. And being in New York, I was supposed to be on Team Biggie and Puff, or Team Bad Boy. But I was always a West Coast fan. I was a Death Row fan. I didn't like Suge Knight. I thought the guy was a tool. But I loved Tupac. I was a big Dre fan. And I like the stuff and Snoop, of course. So that was my clique. All right, Ben. Hey, take care. Good to see you. Thank you. Enjoy dinner. Oh no. All right, well, there goes lunch. Sorry about that. Good luck rescuing Mom. Be safe. So it was nice nostalgia. Like one of maybe the third CD I ever owned was Snoop Dogg's Doggy Style CD. I was like 15, 14 when I got it. But it was good. I'm admittedly, unlike Mrs. The Breaker, I'm not a big Mary J. Blige fan. I always thought that she tried too hard. Now I know that's sacrilege coming from the hip hop community because she's like the godmother of hip hop. But I feel like while she did contribute some of the greatest songs to hip hop in that era, I always felt like she was like forcing an over performance every time she performed. And that's, I liked her voice. I just didn't like to watch her perform. And I felt the same way about the halftime show here, but that's just my bias. It's good to see that, even though being bankrupt, 50 Cent still eating healthy. I can respect that. I dig it. Eminem getting old. Man's dyeing his beard and it shows. Much like the guy from Peacemaker, he's dye beard. Yeah, all right. Sean's like, I love when people talk about that. And Sean's like, go ahead. Tell me about your experience with hip hop in the 90s. I did see Snoop purchase Death Row. He is going to be releasing music via NFT, which is very smart. Plus, he's just going to make a mint off of owning it again. Not again, owning what he was part of. But Sean, I'll actually elaborate. So here in Buffalo, The music scene is very diverse. It's about as diverse as our food scene is. If you've ever been to Buffalo, you'll see we're a diverse little city. So Buffalo's technically in New York, even though not. There's really have nothing in common with New York. But we're supposed to, it's oh yeah, New York. You gotta love the New York. I love Jay-Z. Gotta love, that whole scene. I mean, obviously I'm a pasty bald white dude. So what I have to say on it is going to be partially biased. But I was actually really big. I loved the hip hop scene. I loved the gangster rap specifically scene. And I know it sounds weird to say that, but that's really the genre. What it was. It was gangster rap. The gangster rap scene was huge in forming my musical tastes. A lot of the trap music that is hot, 3 years ago, can give its direct kudos to the gangster, the G rap music back in the 90s, because they were currently, in my opinion, of hip hop, and this is going to sound funny coming from someone that looks like me, but I do keep up on it. Over the last 3 years, it's really been music driven as opposed to lyrically stimulating, with the exception of Kendrick Lamar and a few of his ilk. There hasn't been a lot of substance coming out of the genre. Even though it was gangster rap, a lot of those people were telling stories, and they were using this form of communication and this newfound renaissance of hip hop in the 90s. And taking its early influences from the late 70s, early 80s, and turning into something new. I was in Buffalo, man. So the genre, really, rap itself came into its own to me in the late 80s and early 90s. It got its own identity. You had people like Common. And I tell everybody, if people want to get into rap and hip hop and want to get into the era and really, and I want to turn this into a music conversation now. There's a song by Common called "I Used to Love Her." I believe that's the actual title of the song. And he raps about this woman that he loved and that his friends took and passed around and bastardized and damaged the reputation of. And it's actually a really poignant hyperbole for rap and hip hop itself. So if you want to get a good understanding of hip hop, look no further than "I Used to Love Her" by Common. That is probably the meta song of the rap hip hop turn. And he basically talks about, I stuck up with you. I was with you the whole time. And, you let these other guys have their way with you. And now you're not what you used to be. You're worn out and, you're bedraggled. And he's talking about the rap game, and he's talking about hip hop itself and the direction that it needed to go in, and the direction from which it came. And it's outside of people. The casual listener doesn't know that song. And that song is quintessentially, thank you, Detroit, is a classic. To understand that song is to have a good understanding of the genre and how it lost its way to a degree at times. And this mumble rap music really is he could come out with that song again and be right. Because they're taking the big bombastic, Afrikaans drum and bass early stuff, but they're putting garbage lyrics that are avant-garde at best over top of them. Again, you want to listen to true rap and hip hop, listen to Kendrick Lamar. If I'm not mistaken, he's a Pulitzer Prize winning rapper. He's the first one to ever do that. His album won a Pulitzer Prize for its harsh realism and storytelling about growing up black and impoverished. And there's a reason they don't just hand those awards out to anybody. That gives it more credence to the rest of the world, more so than was already given by the community itself, in knowing that Kendrick Lamar, for the most part, was speaking for him. So, what was in my rotation? Let's see. Let me spit my rotation to you. It was Doggy Style by Snoop Dogg, The Chronic at that time. I can't remember if Wu-Tang Clan, I Bomb Atomically, Socrates, Philosophies and Hypotheses. Oh, I define it, dropping these. Lyrically perform armed robbery. I was taking everything that Wu-Tang was doing to thee. I mean, that was the one New York thing that I was in. So I didn't listen to a lot of Tribe. I did listen to KRS-One. I listened to pretty much anything Snoop did. Nate Dogg, Warren G, Regulators was probably a song for 2 solid years that was always there. From the, was it Above the Rim soundtrack? I listened to Cube, America's Most Wanted. Ice-T I got into a little bit. I can't mention any of the songs that he had. Triumph, there you go. Dude, Triumph had like the nastiest little backbeat to it, man. It was driving. I liked Triumph was good. Cream, Cash Rules Everything Around Me. Get the money, dollar bill, y'all. Yeah, there it is. See, Cream. Bismarcky. Dude, you know what? Anybody can say what they want. Bismarcky was a dude. He was a producer. Actually, Bismarcky, what a lot of people don't realize, that song was his only song, but he produced some of the best things you ever heard. As a matter of fact, if you remember a little group called Rex in Effect. Rex in Effect was one of those cross-genre songs. They had the song Rump Shaker. And that would have been in the 90s. So Rex in Effect, believe it or not, the song Rump Shaker was mixed and partially produced by a 15-year-old unknown by the name of Pharrell. Yes, Rump Shaker is one of the first things Pharrell ever worked on, and we all see where Pharrell went in his later years. So a lot of modern music is directly tied to the music of the 90s. Oh, Bone Thugs, dude. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, if you were an SI, Cream was the anthem. What was the other one I really dug? Gravel Pit. Oh, I loved Gravel Pit. Oh, Gravel Pit was just, the name says it all. Yeah, I dug it. I was into all that stuff. But and here's the funny thing. While I'm listening to all of that and keeping up word for word with everything but Bone Thugs, because nobody was keeping up with Busy Bone. At the same time, I was listening to metal. I was listening to the hardcore scene. I was listening to Kenny G, and I was listening to Rod Stewart and all of the pop music of that era as well. I had a very broad listening spectrum. And it's funny because nowadays, like, something from the 90s will pop up. Some Biggie track will come in, or some obscure song from the 90s, gangster rap era will come on. DMX, that's right. I bumped elbows with DMX's family. He did the SWV. Yep. Yes. SWB. Oh my goodness. So much should have happened, but didn't there. But yeah. Pharrell was doing stuff way before people knew who he was on the outside. But it is funny. So God, it smells so good. So those old school tracks will come on, and I mean, I'm a 215-pound bald white dude with glasses and a goofy mustache. And some of that like hardcore old school like just G music will come on, and I'll start spitting bar after bar, and people will be like, "Is this a Twilight Zone? What's going on here?" I'll be like, "Listen, y'all don't know the half of it. Where I am now is way different from where I was before. I'm gonna leave it at that." The 90s were my teen years. I was born in 80. So right around when Biggie and Pac were killed, I was, I think, 14 and 15 respectively. So that was my time. Oh, it's Gato, man. The Neptunes, yeah. Metallica, one of my favorite, if not my absolute favorite Metallica song of all time is Whiskey in the Jar. Whiskey in the Jar is fantastic. I think it was on their Garage Inc. album, but it's a cover that they did. Love it. Love it. Born December of 1980. I am 5 months younger than you, or older than you, excuse me. I was born in July of 1980. Yeah, Whiskey in the Jar is dope. I love that track. I heard the Grateful Dead do it, and I mean, I'm not a Deadhead to begin with, but Metallica is way up there. July Babies, that's right, Scoobs. I can't do it anymore. I gotta drink it. So good. So good. And you have to. Oh, you gotta have balance. I had friends that were huge, like Motley Crue, Guns N' Roses, Metallica, Megadeth. Like, I could roll with that crowd and listen to music. Hellbolt top 5. Tay-Tay. 9 Inch Nails. Judas Priest. The Scorpions. And Kiss. Hall & Oates. James loves Hall & Oates. I dig some of their tracks. One of my best shows that I ever saw was the Family Values Tour. The very first year they did it, the very first show that they did was in Buffalo. What's going on, Mr. Josh? How you doing? Good to see you, buddy. He's eyeballing the scene. It was cover from Garage Inc. It's Frisbee. So what? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So what? We'll get your mom to Frisbee the CD. Yeah. So what is a good one? But I can see mom getting mad. Yeah, it's not a safe for mom track. Man, what was I saying? Dang it, I forgot. I got sidetracked as soon as I saw So What. I was like, oh yeah, so what? Oh yeah, Family Values. So Family Values, it was Corn, Limp Bizkit, Orgy, and Rammstein or Rammstein. Don't know which one. I think it's Rammstein. I can't remember. So I got to see them live before they were banned from playing in America. And they're back now, but they were banned for many years. They weren't allowed to play in the U.S. because of indecency laws. Caught one of Lars' drumsticks? Nice. And I am going to be the first to admit it was in like 96. I was not in a good frame of mind, as in I was out of my mind that night. And I just remember like I was there to see more or less, I wanted to see Korn and I wanted to see Rammstein. I liked Limp Bizkit, but I'm not a huge fan. What is Fred Durst doing now? Oh, probably picking his nose. I got to meet Fred Durst, one of the least likable human beings I ever got to meet. He was just a tool. So I was there to see Korn because Korn was big in '96, and I wanted to see Rammstein because they were cool. And I was under the affluence, and we knew Rammstein was coming on next because there was only 3 bands left, and we knew they weren't headlining. So Korn was headlining. We knew Limp Bizkit was going to go second because they shared a couple of songs, and so we figured Rammstein would be next. So the place goes dark. And I'm like, oh, here it goes. This is going to be great. And I'm like, I'm out of my mind. I'm just going to leave it at that. I was multiple substances that night. I'm not going to lie to anybody. That was part of my past. I'm not going to pretend. Honesty is the best policy. Super rich? God, no. So it's the affluence of alcohol. I was under the affluence of alcohol, Ossifer. So the place is just black. The place just goes dark. Just all the lights go off. And then you hear the song Rammstein. And everything's dark, and a spotlight comes on the Tig, the lead singer, and he's standing. He's standing with his arms out, and he's wearing this huge, like, jacket cloak type thing. And the song starts, and he clicks like 2 lighters in his hand, and fire starts climbing up his arms around his head. He's got this big collar on his jacket, and the fire is like slowly going up his arms, and then fire starts going up his back. And like by the end of the song, the dude's like almost completely engulfed in flames, and he's just standing there like a boss with his arms out on fire, singing the song. Oh boy, did that send me into the next level of consciousness. Rage, I love Rage. I love Rage Against the Machine. I had tickets to see them on my birthday 2 years ago, and it was canceled. I love the Monkees. Davey was my favorite monkey. I used to watch the show religiously. Reruns of the show religiously. I love the Monkees. So yeah, I love Rage. They rescheduled the show, but I haven't got the new tickets yet. I chose a refund instead of a reschedule. Tailgating, drinking, 10 in the morning. I was doing more than drinking. I admit it. I was not a good teenager. I am not going to hide my past. I'm not going to shy away from my past. Part of these shows that I do is, I mean, not only does it seem to sometimes it entertain you, but it's also partial therapy for me. Josh is like, I had the pleasure of seeing Metallica, Scorpions, Kiss in Paint. Nice. Korn, Rammstein, and 9 Inch Nails. I would love to see Trent Reznor. He's a genius. Trent Reznor is a genius. But I was on multiple chemicals during the show. And he, Ice Cube was there too. It was Korn, Limp Bizkit, Rammstein, Ice Cube, and Mac 10 joined him, and Orgy. That's the whole show. So Ice Cube, I was banging to it. I loved it. Loved the Ice Cube thing. And people were like, what's going on? I was like, I dug it. So I did get to see Ice Cube live. So he sings that song. So Tig sings the song. And so the next song comes on. I don't remember what song it was. But he's like running around the stage, and he's got boots on, and the boots are shooting like 15-foot sparks out the back of them, like fountains of sparks. It was Family Values. The original year of Family Values actually started, I think the first or second show was in Buffalo. That's the one I saw. I want to say it was like 96. And yeah, it was, I remember the song, but he was like running around, the shark like doing cartwheels with these giant spark boots flying off. It was just bonkers. And the next song he was singing, and he had a bow and arrow, and he took this flaming arrow out of his like backpack, and he pulls the bow back over the crowd, and he lets loose this flaming arrow, or so he leads you to believe. Obviously, it was tethered on a string, and he shoots this flaming arrow, tethered on a string into the crowd. And then he pulled out a flamethrower. Not just like a flamethrower, but like a flamethrower. And he's shooting 30-foot flames over the crowd. I'm not exaggerating. I thought my face was going to melt. And I could feel the heat because it was literally shooting a flamethrower over the crowd. Not like the liquid flamethrower, but like the gaseous flamethrower. Just bonkers. I'm just like, my mind is melting. And then came the bit that got him banned from most of America. He took the keyboardist and set him on all fours on a little substage. This is where I warn everybody. It's about to get not safe for work in this channel. I pride myself on having a family channel. So I'm giving the heads up. We are going to alleviate the PG-13, and we're about to get into some mild R stuff. So if you are sensitive or have young children watching, James, if you're watching, stop watching right now, because I'm about to go not safe for work for a little bit. No, I did not get to go to Woodstock 99. Unfortunately, my parents wouldn't let me go. So he pulls his keyboardist onto this substage, and then, now mind you, I'm chemically unbalanced at this show. So I'm not 100% sure what's going on, but this is exactly what happened. He pulls out a phallus from his pants, unzips his pants, pulls out the phallus, and pretends to give it to his keyboardist, and then starts spraying the keyboardist with this foam. And I'm like, is everybody else seeing this? You're seeing this? So you're seeing? Okay, you're seeing this. You are seeing this. Okay, so we're seeing this. This is happening. Okay, we're seeing this. And then he turns to the crowd and starts spraying the crowd with his phallus. At first, because this was not ever seen before, everyone was kind of like, what is he doing to this guy? And then after about 3 minutes of spraying, you realize, oh, it's not real. Yeah, I know. Not the thing I usually talk about on my show, but that's literally what happened in the show. So, we are all like, wow, that just happened. How do we top that? What is Limp Bizkit gonna do to top this? This is great. It was, I think, after their Baltimore show. They did the same show in Baltimore. And I believe in Baltimore, they were 3 drug minutes, right? They, yeah, I know, 3 drug minutes could have been like, 20, or 15 seconds. So obviously, later I watched the documentary of the Family Values tour, and he has it's a like a hose hooked up to it, a little fake phallus that he has. Uh, and I guess after his Baltimore show, I believe it was, they arrested him for indecent acts on stage, even though it wasn't his thing. It was a fake. And they were removed from the tour, and basically they were told you can't do that on stage. So then they said, well, we're not going to go to America anymore. So for like no joke, like 7 to 10 years, they refused to play in America until more and more acts were doing licentious things on stage, to where it sort of became a bit of the norm. And finally they came back, I was about 10 years later, to do shows again, albeit a little bit more tame than what they were doing the first time. There we go. So yeah, that was one of my most intense experiences in a show. But I've got to see, I've seen Journey, I've seen Eminem, I've seen D12, I've seen Papa Roach, I've seen Fall Out Boy, Me First and the Gimme Gimmes, H2O, Kid Rock, Cherry Poppin' Daddies. I've seen Panic at the Disco, Blink 182. I've seen, oh goodness. I'm trying to think of all the things I've seen. Bad Company and Damn Yankees. I haven't seen them. Bet you that was a good first show. Who else did I've seen so many shows that I've forgotten as many shows. I've seen James Blunt. Oh God, Bush, No Doubt, Goo Goo Dolls. I've seen the Goo Goo Dolls a lot. I used to hang out with one of them. I think that's most of them. I don't know. I have a box with all my ticket stubs. Oh, I did see Parliament Funkadelics. It was George Clinton Parliament Funkadelics and Mighty Mighty Boss Tones open for them. Ted Nugent shooting the arrow on stage. I heard about it. Avenged Sevenfold. Fun fact about Avenged Sevenfold. One of the guitarist's father is Guitar Guy, who is the guy who plays guitar for the ventriloquist. Can't remember his name. The famous ventriloquist with all the dummies. His name escapes me. But he is a guy that plays guitar with him, Guitar Guy. His son is the guitarist of Avenged Sevenfold. I don't think it's the guitarist that killed himself. I think it was the other one. But don't quote me on that. Yeah, I've seen some shows. I'd love to see Weird Al. For some reason, I've never managed to see Weird Al. Nice. Dig it. Parkway Drive. Nice. And a picture of Saddam. Blues Traveler. I actually got to hang out with John Popper for an evening. Janet Jackson, I bet you that was a phenomenal show. Everybody that I've ever talked to that has seen her said it's a phenomenal show. Yeah, he did. Yep, I am familiar with that. Yep. I sat down with John Popper at a bar in Buffalo called Barcelona the night before he performed in Buffalo, and we killed, between me, him, and who he was with. We killed like 3/4 of a bottle of Jameson straight with no chasers. Well, he and I didn't need a chaser. She did. I think he had like the occasional sip, but we crushed most of a bottle of Irish whiskey. So second heavy. He was heavy, then he got skinny, then he got heavy again. This was post-arrest. Walking with a cane. He still had his cane. Oh, yeah, in the military, I got to see REO Speedwagon for free and Joan Jett and the Heartbreakers. Joan Jett, still rocking, by the way. Yeah, he was, actually, I have the picture. Actually, hold on, I have a better picture. Let me see if I can show you this. All right. Here's this is gonna be oh man. All right. So you're about to see what 31-year-old me looked like. This is about 10 years. No. It's gonna be it is 10 years ago. Hold on, I gotta think. Yeah, this is 31-year-old DC the Breaker. Get ready for this. So there is 31-year-old DC in all his hopes, aspirations, and glory, after crushing about 3/4 of a bottle of Jameson with the man in the middle. And the lady was his friend that he came there with. So that is my proof of me spending a very long night with him. You can see by the bags under my eyes, that was about 2 or 3 a.m. that we finally finished. Yeah. Right? Yeah, Josh, you can say that again, man. Yeah. That was it. That's my proof. That's a young me. That's a 10 years ago me. With him, and so he did the show, and he's like, "Oh, come see me. Do you know where I'm playing tomorrow?" I was like, "Yeah, you're playing at the Square." He's like, "Come to the trailer." Wow, right? Yeah, I know. I was 185 pounds in that picture. That was in my MMA years. That was when I was in fighting shape. I was underneath there. You can see I was cut. I was yeah. I was cut there, man. But it was a good time. So it's funny because somebody that used to hang out with us at the other place that I still talk to every once in a while was actually, so I walk up to his trailer. And I walk up to his trailer, and I'm like, "Oh, there's a guy watching his bouncer at the trailer." I was like, "Hey, John Popper told me to stop by," and the guy's like, "You're not getting in the trailer." And I was like, "No, I'm like, if you tell John, you know, his bartender from last night is here. He told me to come see him." He's like, "I am not going to bother them before the show. You are not going to get into this trailer." I was like, "Dude, just tell him. Please tell him that DC is here from last night. He told me to see him before the show. so that I could wish him luck. And he's like, no, not going to happen. Go away. Okay. Funny thing, 7 years later, I met the person. He's like, oh my God, I was the guy that stopped you. I was like, yeah, here's the photo of me with him. This is proof. So I didn't have my phone at the time because, back then I had a flip phone and that wasn't my phone that took that picture. Somebody else took the picture for me and sent it to me. So I didn't have the photo to show him as proof. But he wanted to give me a harmonica because that's his thing. He hands out harmonicas. So I'm still mad I did not get my official John Popper harmonica as proof of the night. But I have a great story and a great photo of the three of us, which I guess is kind of better than a harmonica. Me too, Josh. Go Navy, beat Army. So yeah, that happened. It was fun. It was fun. We had fun. We enjoyed it. I don't drink Jameson anymore. I moved from Irishes to Scotches. But yeah, that's my Popper story. I have a really good Goo Goo Dolls story about hanging out back when I used to smoke cigarettes. Smoking a pack of cigarettes with Robbie from the Goo Goo Dolls on my aircraft carrier when he was doing a USO show because he was jet lagged. Yeah, I know, right? Don's like, John Popper's watching right now. He's going to send you a harmonica. Oh, Yukon. Good goodness. Sorry, yawning. I sat down with Robbie Takek of the Goo Goo Dolls, the bassist, smoked an entire pack of cigarettes, telling each other riddles and stories about Buffalo and growing up in Buffalo. Before he did his show on the USS JFK. I was their bodyguards, and that actually was the first bodyguard gig I got, which led to my gig bodyguarding Travolta a couple times, which led to my gig bouncing and doing bodyguard work for D-list celebrities, which eventually led to me managing nightclubs, which eventually led to me to get out of nightclubs altogether and get a real job. In a nutshell, that's the storyline. But yeah, all of that happened, and I have proof. So, fun. Speaking of, that reminds me, I need to get my Travolta poster authenticated. I have a poster signed by John and his late wife, Kelly Preston. Who are the D-list celebrities? Matsu Flex. Who remembers Matsu Flex? Nobody, exactly. Snooki Pelosi. The Situation. The cast of The Real World. I actually have... Fudge. I gotta find them. Did I see a lot of fights in the nightclubs? I was in a lot of those fights in the nightclubs. I gotta see if I can find the old photos of me hanging out with the cast of The Real World. Those are very interesting. Matsu Flex was on a show called Tool Academy. Oh, dude, do it. Hellbolt, do it. I'm in. I'm in. I am in. Make it happen. I will put it on my wall behind me in a frame. I don't know if this computer has my phone dump on it. Oh, I don't even know where I would begin to look for it. Oh, yeah, she's tiny and annoying. Yeah, I don't even know where I would look to find my. Um, I'm pretty sure I did a phone dump onto this computer. Maybe it was my other computer. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, it's my other computer that I have it. Otherwise, I would have photos of me hanging out with the cast of the Real World. Let's just say me and the cast got really friendly. Now, mind you, this was like 15 years ago, me. Yeah, that's the other computer. But there's some candid photos of us getting along really well. Uh, I'll dig out the photos one of these days. Who else? Some of the girls from Charm School, one of which was from Buffalo, I became pretty close friends with until heroin ruined her life. I think I have. I think I have one of my photo boxes in this office. Let's dig around. Oh, some of these could get me in trouble. Some of these can get me in trouble, so I'm gonna have to screen them. Jesus, most of these people are dead. I can't show you any of those. No, it looks like I don't have any. I don't have any pictures I can show you that are not incriminating. Oh goodness gracious. Yeah, I really did live a very interesting teen years. Yeah, two of the people in that photo are dead. There's some of me in the Navy. Don't need to see that. It's when I was an actor. Yeah, sorry, it's going to be a bit anticlimactic. I just can't show any of these. I would need permission for most of them because other people are in them. The other ones are incriminating. There's somewhere in here a DC After Dark. Yeah, no, that is needed. Somewhere in here is photos of Me when I was working the hotel scene. That's what I'm looking for. Or not the hotel, the bar scene. And I can't show that. Goodness gracious. Yeah, anticlimactic. I don't think I have anything I can show. Definitely not that one. Definitely not that. I can't believe they printed that one. Yeah, no. Oh, dude. Here, okay, so I was VIP for this show. This does tie into it. So while I was working the nightclub scene, I made a lot of friends with a lot of promoters. And those promoters hooked me up for my birthday. So this show was July 28th, which was my birthday. It was called the Buffalo Niagara Summer Jam. You want to talk about rap and hip hop? This was my VIP pass for Future, Gucci, Jada Kiss, and Cash Out. Yeah. Again, that was my kind of show. I was there to see Jada more than anything. But Cash Out opened. Then I believe it was Future, Gucci, and then Jada closed out the show. So yeah, here's my VIP bracelet. Like, I was on the side of the stage. When I say, who was the girl from Charm School? I'm gonna hold back her name because I just said heroin ruined her life, and I would be slander if I gave her name. But I mean, if you looked it up, and there's only one that was from Buffalo. Yeah, I know, Sean, right, dude? Gucci, Cash Out, Jada, Future. Yeah, it was a dope show, and it was on my birthday. So I used to, on my old phone, I don't know if the footage exists. I was on the side of the stage, and I have a video of Gucci coming up to me while I'm on my phone and rapping into my phone on the microphone. I'm like, this is so great. Happy birthday to me. Oh, I know I can't show you those. Woohoo! Nope. Okay, so here's a 19-year-old me. This is the night before I went to boot camp in the Navy. This is the night literally the night before I had to leave for boot camp. Oh, yeah. Oh. Goodness, that's embarrassing. This is when I got to go see DJ Scribble. Who remembers DJ Scribble? Exactly. No one. Did anybody used to watch MTV back in the day? In like the 90s, they had Sorority Life. So I used to know one of the girls from Sorority Life. Edward's 40 hands, right? Here's a good one. There's a picture of my aircraft carrier. That's the Kennedy. Oh, here's what I looked like as a sailor. Yeah. That's me in my proper pea coat. So Talia from Sorority Life was a friend of mine from, I used to hang out with
Wow.
Sigma Phi Epsilon. Wow. I used to hang out with Sigma Phi Epsilon from University of Buffalo. And the Sig Ep boys used to hang out with the sorority that ended up being featured on the show Sorority Life. Oh, here's an illegal photo taken of the cast of Rent because I got to see Rent. Rent was eye-opening. Yeah, I always found myself in interesting situations because I was a big fan of putting myself into all situations. For better or for worse, whatever comes out with a really good story. That was my goal. I wanted an awesome story. So I did it. Oh, okay. Nope. 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 I can show all of these. Oh, here's one of my terrible headshots when I was an actor. Yeah. Yikes. Oh, I can't show those. I think that's it. Oh, man. My boy Benj would know this one. More proof that I used to hang out in Canada, where the cool kids hang out. I'll let Benj, if he's still here, explain what that is. I don't see any more of the era that I was a bouncer or bodyguard. Oh, there's Talia. There's Talia from Sorority Life on MTV. That was my buddy Gary. I think he started a band in LA. Believe me, all of my stories I have, I can back up. All right, these are Navy photos. So 82% of these should be okay. All right, there's further proof. That's 19-year-old me. Oh, if only he knew then what I know now. None of those are interesting. Ah, there's Benj. This was cool. So this was in Spain. So what you're seeing is actually a gladiatorial arena in Spain, just outside Tarragona. Was I allowed to smile? No, we weren't. We were told don't smile. So just outside Tarragona, Spain, is a castle. At the foot of that castle is the Gladiatorial Arena I just showed you. The castle is so old that embedded in the walls of that castle are Napoleon's cannonballs from his ship when he was attacking Spain. And they would show you where they were. And the bottom of the arena had those holes where they'd keep the animals, the lions and the tigers and the gorillas. And they would, just like in the movie Gladiator, they would open up trapdoors and the animals would come out from the ground. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Cozy? Ladies and gentlemen, Lee Cozy to the stage. Get your dollars and fives. He's taking it off. Oh, Mrs. the Cozy Art wanted to hang out. Well, hello. I don't know if you got the memo. We did have to postpone, unfortunately, the neighborhood gallery break because, it didn't sell out. And that's the one thing we have to sell out as gallery break. So next week, it should be sold out and it'll be there. But are we allowed to say her name or should we just stick with Mrs. the Cozy Art? Well, until I get permission, Mrs. the Cozy Art, good to see you. Or see a digital figmentation of your stuff. Oh, I can say Maria. Okay, there we go. All right, well, if Lee's getting here now and Maria's here, I'm going to need more water and more scotch. So talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to be about 3 minutes. Salute to all of your health. Yeah, still good. Lee, we were actually just talking about my job. I'm out of breath. I ran upstairs. Headache. Lee. Lee, we haven't announced that one yet. For once, it's not me being the spoiler. But yeah, if you're going to have that ready to ship, that's good. Yeah, so we have now. We do have the, you didn't spoil it. We've shown the some of the items that are going to be in the upcoming Star Wars themed break. But we kind of cooled the jets on it. No, you didn't spoil anything, man. I'm just glad you didn't say what it was. We spoke about it, but we didn't say exactly what it was going to be. So I'm just messing with you. Yeah, we were just talking about military time, some of the places that I've been to, as well as we ruined the good surprise on you. We were talking about some of the stuff that I did when I was running nightclubs and bouncing. Actually, if you want some really good stories, what I should do is I should stop this video. I should stop this video and restart it immediately so that it becomes a different video. Because I have some really good stories about when I was running a nightclub. On second thought, I would definitely get sued if I told those stories. Because those stories involve famous people doing stuff that's illegal. Never mind, we're not going to do that. Let's just say I hung out with a ton of hockey players and MMA fighters. Lee, I bet you do. And you know who else has some amazing stories? Bourbon. If we could ever get Bourbon to, if I can ever get him live on the show, whether it be via phone or via split screen, Bourbon has some stories that will make your nose hairs curl about some of the nightlife he's lived. When are we going to have an interview with Lee? Actually, in April. I will be with Lee for an entire week in the beginning of April. We will be in Anaheim at Wonder. I'm assuming you've already announced this. We'll be at WonderCon. I will be live from the WonderCon floor, doing breaks and just going live, chatting with people and anybody in cosplay. And I'll be pulling artists off the floor when they have a moment to get away from their booth, and I will be talking to them on screen, bringing the awesomeness to you. Surprise! It hasn't been announced, but I'm announcing it now. Maybe Mrs. the Breaker will be there as well. Possibly. You'll be there? Oh, dude, that makes it so much better. Hey, honey, Sean's going to be there. Listen, you've already met Mel, my wife. She will be happy to see you again as well. We will definitely hang, dude. So I'm going to say it right now. Sean, I'm going to pull you away from your table. And we're going to hang out for a half hour or so. Even if it's like during lunch, it'll be like, me and you eating a sandwich on screen, talking between bites. I don't care what it is. But Sean, you are on my list, and there's no saying no. So yeah, I'll be hanging out with Lee. We're gonna do a little convo with Lee, so you guys can really get more Lee in your life. We'll be chatting with Sean as of right now. There's a couple other people that were actually artists in the Spider-Man, I'm sorry, I can't say that were in the Friendly Neighborhood break. By the way, if you want to get in, still buy the spots. It'll be a week from today. There are great artists in there. I've shown off all of the work. I don't know, do they allow us to bring scotch on the floor? Lee, you would know. Can I bring scotch on the show, or is it forbidden from the booth? We are going to have a booth. So you will see me at WonderCon. Surprise. But yeah, there's some other artists that are in that are going to be there, as long as it does not look like scotch. Okay, good. I will put it in a Nestea container. Smuggle it Han Solo style. That's right. She'll get it to you in 3 parsecs. That's distance, I know. So, no, but really, there's a couple other artists that we know that were in this break. I tell you, DC drinks a ton of apple juice. There were a bunch of artists that are in this break that we know have confirmed for WonderCon, so there are going to be a lot of interviews with some of the people that are in this current break that we're going to do next week. So, again, go to dcdcollects.com. It's $124.99 for a spot. There are only about 18 spots out of the 25 left. And everybody is guaranteed an original piece of art. Sean has 5 exquisite full-page sized art pieces in here, full color, and they're knockouts. Lee has a few in here. He has a beautiful Doc Ock, as well as one of the nastiest Venoms you are going to see in the break is courtesy of Lee. That one actually came from the Doug archives. Business before pleasure. There you go. And yeah, so we're gonna have it's gonna be a very long 3 days. Yeah, Lee is the straight and narrow. Lee doesn't drink, Lee doesn't smoke. Lee is just Lee. Lee is amazing without the chemical change. He's like his own set of physics. No chemical change needed. Yeah, he is. Now Maria, on the other hand, I listen, I'm not gonna say Maria drinks, but I mean they've literally had to ship cases of hard cider from New York to California to satiate her appetite. Because it was only available in New York and nowhere else. Hey, by the way, do you have any of that left or is that gone? Out of sheer curiosity, the ghost pepper cider, is there any left? Because it's good for about 8 months in a can. You can stretch it to a year if you put it in the fridge. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, Blackbird Ciders is a cider hall I used to work at, and they made an absolutely delicious ghost lantern that was a cider infused with ghost pepper and ginger and some other stuff that I can't give you the recipe for because it's proprietary. Butter, tequila, whiskey, and beer to nice. Still has some left. Good. Just make sure you don't any more than a year, and the acid will actually eat the liner of the can. Today, I bought an Ardbeg 10-year. This is my budget scotch because I love peaty nastiness. And this is my personalized Glencairn glass. I have one that says D and the other says C. Because why have one when you can have two? Yeah, Glencairn glass. It's like supposed to be the best scotch glass in the world. I mean, I'll drink it out of a shoe. I don't care. But it looks nicer in a glass. By the way, drinking it out of a shoe is called a shoey. Yeah. Nice. I love you, Bolt. So speaking of, since I did change microphone covers, am I coming through, is it louder, softer, bassy, more treble, or tinny? Since we're 2 hours and 12 minutes in. Or is there no discernible difference between the two microphone covers? Perfect. It's a substantial difference if you look. So I know for one thing, I need to change my levels because I'm in the red a lot more with this mic. Lee says, funny story. In Vegas once, Maria lined up a bunch of shots of tequila. The bartender decided he wanted to do shots with her. After he poured her shots, he poured one for him. Before he could raise it to his mouth, she had taken all 3 of hers. He said, nope, and poured his back in the bottle. You know, it's funny. Mrs. the Breaker. Oh, the turd is on YouTube. That's why. Maria's a champ. I actually am pretty stoked to meet Maria. Anybody that can tame the wild cozy is somebody I want to meet. So Mrs. the Breaker has some pretty funny stories about watching me drink and me serving her at the nightclub that I used to run. If she decides to tell them, I'll let her do that because I don't want to spoil it for her. But I have quite a few that are interesting. So I will start with one of mine. I invented a drink when I was a bartender because all good bartenders have their signature cocktail. I was an absolute dumpster fire of a bartender. I was terrible. It didn't matter because I was entertaining and engaging. So people would be like, just make me something and hang out with me for 2 minutes to get me the $5 tip. I used to make a fortune in tips. People liked me. So this was when the whole Charlie Sheen meltdown was happening. He had the whole tiger blood, I got one speed go thing that came up. So I was like, damn, I'm going to make the Charlie Sheen. So I was probably hammered. I used to drink a lot of Crown. When I was bartending, Crown was my go-to shot. So I drank a lot of Crown. And then we would do, I'll get to that story later. So I was going to make the drink Crown-based. Now, my owner was a hands-off owner. He was from France. I won't tell you his name, but he was really cool. Maria is almost 5'2". Size 0 to 2. People were terrified at the amount of tequila she could put down. Without so much as a sour face. Love it. It's my kind of gal. I have a feeling we're all going to get along really well. So our owner was very hands off. As long as you made him, money, and believe me, I'm not exaggerating when I say certain nights of the week. I'm not exaggerating. This is fact. Certain nights of the week, we would make almost $20,000 on the door alone. On a typical night, it would be about $7,000 to $10,000 at the door. That means before people walked in, they spent 10 to 20 grand collectively. So the drinks were fairly cheap in comparison. I think you could get a Corona for like $4. Now, for those who drink, stop and think about that. You're getting a Corona at a New York nightclub for $4. That's hella cheap. Because we charged a door charge at the door between $10 and $20 just to walk in the club. We do that to keep moochers out, basically. With that said, women got to come in for free. Because you don't want a sausage fest. So we were making cheap drinks. And he said, as long as I'm making money, I don't care what you guys do. You're allowed to give away 10%. So for every 9 to 10 drinks I would serve, I could give away a free drink. I would serve 200 to 300 drinks a night. Not exaggerating. My club was packed from 10 p.m. till 4 in the morning. Oh yeah, bars in Buffalo close at 4 a.m. Last call is at 3:40. Wrap your head around that statistic. So for that 6 hours, from 2:30 to 3, oh yeah, 30 free drinks, that's right. Athletic trainer of the U.S. rugby team is 6'2", 240. He made a flag out of a cocktail napkin and surrendered to Maria after 3 shots of tequila, 2 whiskey sours, and 2 shots of victory celebration. Yeah, 20 to 30, yeah. So I was popular. There's photos of me on the internet as a bartender. I was very well liked. They had a going away party for me when I retired. I decided to go into corporate America and get out of the nightlife. And they had a going away party for me that was packed to the rafters. Not exaggerating, there was 250 people in this club that was only allowed to have 213. But I digress. So I needed a signature drink. So Charlie Sheen has his meltdown on camera. And I was like, I'm going to take all the things he said in that rant and I'm going to put it into a drink. I don't care if it tastes good because it's going to be strong. So here's how this goes. In a highball glass, I would fill it 3/4 of the way, equal parts Red Bull and Crown. Now I know I've already lost half of you. So equal pours, Red Bull and Crown, 3/4. I'm sorry, not a highball glass, a tall boy. It's probably a 10-ounce glass. But the cocktail glass, I don't remember what they're called now. Highball is that's a rocks glass. So the highball is so the taller one is the highball. Anyway. So Crown, Red Bull. And then I would put about an ounce of pomegranate liqueur. Before that, I forgot. Before that, I would rim it with sugar. I would rim the glass. We would do flip the empty glass upside down in some lemon juice and dip it in sugar, so it would have a rim of sugar. I would drop in 2 cherries, and the cherries were soaked in Southern Comfort. I would have a glass full of Southern Comfort with cherries soaking in them. So it was 2 liquor-soaked cherries, pomegranate liqueur, Red Bull, and a sugared rim, and Crown. And here's how I thought of it. He said that he had tiger's blood running through his veins. So that was the pomegranate liqueur. Red Bull was because I only have 1 speed. Go. So I was like, oh, great, Red Bull. Crown was because he's like, oh, I'm the king, I'm winning, I'm the master, and, a king is a winner, so Crown, king, winner, that's how I put that together. And then the sugar around the ring was because of how much sheer cocaine the man did. He would talk about doing, 8 balls a night. So the sugar was to represent that. And the cherries were because the man had cojones. So 2 cherries in the bottom of it. I would sell those for $5 if I liked you, $7 if I didn't. And it was roughly 3 to 4 shots of alcohol in there. So the nights that we would serve the Charlie Sheens, that place was bananas. Bananars. Bananas. So yeah, that became my signature drink, was the Charlie Sheen. And we had a really great DJ Big Rob, and DJ Gabriel. I can't remember what Gabriel's DJ name was, but those guys had this awesome mix where they mixed a track and it had him talking over the track. So every time they would play that song, I would just serve out those drinks. Now, half the time, I would make that my free drink. It's 30 minutes and the bar was dead drunk. My bar was how do I explain this? It was a hip-hop Latin club. We were one of the few bars in Buffalo that did not discriminate, and I say that wholeheartedly. There are a lot of bars that used to be in Buffalo. Most of the bar scene in Buffalo is gone, especially on Chippewa. No, Bourbon, unfortunately it wouldn't, because we already sent out the notice that it's going to be next week. As much as I would love you for doing that, it would be unfair to the people I already sent home. But thank you. Bourbon, if you are hurting, I got some of these left. Just saying. But back to the drinking thing. So it was a hip hop Latin club. Now there were a lot of clubs in Buffalo, and I'm being very forthright, that would come up with rules. Oh, I know you would. I did not break any Star Wars tonight yet, Lee. But they would make rules at the door, like you couldn't come in if your clothes were baggy, if you had logos on your pants, if you wore a backwards hat, or if you wore any hat, if you had a bandana, things that were very targeting certain people. And that infuriated my owner and us. So we didn't care who you were, as long as you were dressed to impress and you behaved yourself, you were allowed in our club. And it's unfortunate, but we were one of the only clubs that didn't discriminate. And I'll stand by that statement if anybody wants to refute it, because it's true and they know it's true. So we had a lot of fun, and we were always packed because we didn't discriminate who came in our doors. We had a wonderful time. So we had football players from the Bills coming in. We had a lot of the hockey players coming in. We had recording artists coming in, because this was the spot to hang out, because we didn't have the restrictions other places did. If you would like to buy one for Hellbolt, I will put Hellbolt on the list. If you want to do a transaction, I will, it's on the screen. It's right there. So yeah, we can do that. Hellbolt. There you go. Where there's a will, there is a way. So we had a great time. Our club was always hopping. We made so much money. Olale! But no, we were great. And here was the cool thing. Now, and I hate to say this, and the way I'm gonna say this is going to come out wrong. So understand that I'm saying this with the best intention. Because certain demographics of people were not allowed in the clubs around there, we had higher concentrations of that demographic, and it was a hip hop and Latin club. It's actually where I met Mrs. the Breaker. It was working at the Latin and hip hop club that I met my future wife. And she will tell you in her words, there were not a lot of people that looked like me that went to that club, and I loved it for that reason. And because the Black and Hispanic population, and again, I'm saying this with love and truth, weren't allowed in a lot of other clubs, or were shunned away from a lot of other clubs, our club was relatively easygoing. Unfortunately, if you got thrown out of our club and if we banned you from our club, there was really nowhere you could go downtown. So because of that, I didn't have a mustache back then, Lee. Truth be told, I didn't have a mustache. I was clean shaven. So people behaved themselves because they knew if they blew it at Barcelona, Barcelona was the name of the club. If they blew it at Barcelona, they wouldn't be able to go out. So we had relatively few problems. And back when I was bouncing, even a dude that looked like me in a club like that, I could say, hey, you know what? You've had enough. It's time to go. If you come back tomorrow, I'll buy you a shot. Let's not make a scene. Let's leave. And this is going to sound obscene, me saying this, but I actually gained a ton of street cred. And I'm serious. I'm talking street cred to where there's a gang in Buffalo, or I don't know if they're still around, called Downtown 21. Downtown 21, the OG Mike, who started with his buddy, that gang, would invite me over for Thanksgiving, and we would hang. I knew people that were active members of Bloods, the 10th Street Boys, Vatos Locos, Latin Kings. Those were the type of people that would come into our club. This is all true and can be backed up. But we didn't have any problems. I should say, we had problems. We had very few problems because unfortunately we were the only place that would let a lot of people in. So most of the times we only had to say, hey, it's time to go. And that was it. They would leave. They would take their discretions outside. Did we have stabbings outside? Oh, yeah. Were guns pulled every once in a while? Absolutely. But it didn't happen in the club because it was a respect issue. And because I was a well-respected person, because I was all about having the good time and didn't care, I cared about the color green. I didn't care about black. I didn't care about white. I didn't care about purple or green. Well, except green. We just loved money. And because of that, we had a very successful club. And now I'm married because of it. Tell me we close the bar every night playing Freddie Mercury's Barcelona. No. So, fun fact, we would close the bar by playing country music. When people wouldn't leave at 3:45 in the morning, we would pump the country. And as the country music played, they'd be like, nope. And they were out the door. Fact. But at the same time, we were the after hours club. I didn't leave my club till 7 a.m. Smoking is illegal indoors in New York. So when all the clubs would shutter, all the club owners, managers, bartenders, and bouncers would come to Barcelona. And we would be there from 4 a.m. to about 7 a.m. And that was about it. At about 7 a.m., we would all go to our respective homes and sleep it off until 5 p.m. When we would wake up and get ready to do it again. But yeah, it was... I'm telling you, I got some stories that would put me in jail, or I got stories that somebody would probably sue me for libel. I have other stories that could get me killed. Let me just say, you were the Maury Povich of Buffalo. I was a very popular man back then. I was a very well-respected individual. I understand the reference, by the way. Yeah, I was a very well-respected individual because, and how I got street cred is because the word of the street, the way you get street cred is respect. You give respect and you get respect, and I respected those people. I respected those people, and they respected me in return. You could walk into a liquor store in the hood and get a high five instead of shanked. That's actually true. All right, bourbon. I am going to add this spot for Hellbolt. Hellbolt, you are officially in the Friendly Neighborhood Gallery break. That means only 17 spots remain. Let me update my list real quick. Bourbon, you're a hell of a guy. There you go. Done. Done and done. What up, homie? Dangle. Dangle in the house. How you doing, bud? But yeah, no, it was a good time. It's also where I got to meet a lot of people and kind of doing what I'm doing now is just hanging out, chatting, and having a good time. I had a following. Back in the day when I had Facebook, I was maxed out on Facebook friends. And people would be waiting to see what was the big get for the week. What's good, dude? How you doing? We would do, what was it? Either $10 or $20 carafes. Big carafes full of liquor. So there was a place that would do fish bowls. It was literally a goldfish bowl full of booze. It's like $30 for a fish bowl. Well, we couldn't take their idea, so we did carafes. I think it was $10. For $10, you would get a carafe of booze. We were heavy-handed on the pour. Excuse me. Scotch is getting to me. Lee's like, I had a following. Then I had to get restraining orders. They don't follow anymore. So Dangle, we were just talking. The friendly neighborhood break was postponed until next week. There are 8 spots gone, which means 17 still remain. So we need to sell out those 17 by next week. Unfortunately, we did have a couple of new people in on them, and sadly, they have to wait. But, hey, listen, we put out quite a few products. I can't expect everything to sell out on time. As for the Star Wars, there's only 10 left. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, there's 10 left. And the best cozy sketch card is still in there. We're still waiting on it. Oh, there you go. Well, then I will put you on the list. Oh, yeah, there it is. As you say that. So I'm not lying when I say this. The Friendly Neighborhood Gallery break is... Have you heard anything from the 3 years? No, we haven't. Don, I have not heard anything from the 3 that have gone out. One of them I know was for actually a gentleman's birthday that's next month. She actually put in the notes that she's buying it for her brother, who is a giant Star Wars fan. So his birthday's next month, so that one's not going to be till next month. As far as I know, one of these 10 could be the, I do. I have 10 left. One of these 10 very well could contain one of my Grail cards, the 69 Lando. I haven't seen it personally. I've only seen the screen grabs of it, Lee. Speaking of, I actually am working on a trade. So if you guys remember from my breaking days at the place that shall remain nameless, whose logo I'm about to put on the screen, I told everybody to get in on Gabe Davis. Remember how I said this dude was going to be fire? You better start investing in Gabriel Davis. Anybody watch the Bills playoffs? Yeah. Gabe Davis's rookies are going for $300-400 a piece now. If you listened and you got in on the fairly obscure UCF wide receiver, you made a pretty penny off of my prediction. Just saying. But I'm working, that card is actually, there's somebody that's going to be trading me a couple of items for that. So as soon as they get back to me on Reddit, we may have a pretty awesome deal. Although I hate to part with it because that's one of my favorite cards. But when you get one of those offers that you can't refuse. I did say that about Mixon, and admittedly, Mixon had a bit of a rough patch, but he is coming on strong. I also told everybody DeAndre Swift. After year 1, people were like, I don't know about DeAndre. I said, just hold on. DeAndre is legitimate. I will admit this. I was wrong about Chase. I do not shy away from being wrong on that call. I thought the Bengals blew that pick. I was dead wrong. Dead wrong. And I own it. I own how wrong I was about Chase. Oh, Dangle came to play. You know, Ryan Leaf is a hell of a story. Because look at the way he turned himself around. That man, I have a lot of respect for. He pulled himself out of that drug addiction and became a heck of a person. And he now actually coaches and helps kids and adults that have addiction problems. I have nothing but respect for Ryan Leaf now as a person. All right, we have a break. Dangle. Dangle, dangle, dangle. Yeah, I'm breaking dangles right now. You want to get on the Star Wars? There's now 8 left. Dangle bought 2. Oh, Dangle, dude, I love you, buddy. Thank you so much, man. You are very good to me, and I do appreciate it more than you could possibly know. As a matter of fact, yeah, you might find something extra in your package. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up a screen so I can't see you. And I'm going to pull up the breaking stuff because I'm not on that page right now. So, un momento, por favor. 1 minute, s'il vous plaît. We're going to need random.org. My goodness, Dangle. Thank you. Where is my form? One of these. There it is. Bourbon's in. All right, so after this, there'll only be 7 left. What's up, Toad? How you doing? All right, let's do this. Let's do this. All right, so Dangle's got 2, Bourbon's got 1. There are 10 remaining. These are the remaining numbers right here. Let's random. 7 times is the predetermined number. And let's see who gets them. Wow, 37, 39, 38. That's peculiar. All right, Dangle, 37, 38. Bourbon, 39. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. That means a lot. It really does. goodness. This is like your third box max. All right, let's get this. So I need to, with my next Twitch affiliate check, I gotta buy a new arm. Because this one is starting to go finally. I need to get one of those really good Strode ones. Those are like top of the... This was like a cheap $15 one. I gotta spend the money now. Hey now. What's that? Is that a new breaking mat? It sure is. It sure is. Wouldn't you know? All right. 37, 38, 39. That's... Yeah, mortgage does suck, yeah. Yeah, I had I originally had it mounted on the table, so it wasn't so bad when it was mounted on the table. But now that I mounted it on the wall, it's showing how bad one of the joints is. Now the Strode arms are like $70, and I wasn't going to drop $70 on an arm that I didn't think was going to be worth it. But now that I've kind of struggled with this one lately, I understand how important it is to buy a nice one. The last place I worked had a Strode, and it was like wherever you left it, it was there forever. It was great. Dangle. Your name popped up on top, so 37-38, that's where we're going to start. Do I have the autofocus on? No? All right. Let me get some autofocus here. Yeah. Well, it was free. I definitely didn't pay for the breaking mat. It is one of the perks of being the official breaker of DCD Collects. All right, there is. Let's get this focus. I think I'm going to want it right about here. There we go. All right. Dangle, are you ready? Salute. All right, 37 out of 50, go. Trevor's not going to be here tonight. It's Trevor's dad's birthday. There you go. Empire Strikes Back Series 2. Now the question is, Dangle, do you keep it sealed or do you open it? Now, I'm contractually obligated to tell you, you're going to want to keep that sealed because the value more than likely is going to be in the fact that it's still sealed. That's right. Never disrespect the card. Moth. There you go. There's a good sticker. Doesn't even look like him. Looks like his body double. Rightly? It's just me and Bourbon. I didn't open my other ones. I definitely want to open these. So what you're saying is you want me to open these. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Bourbon's like, I don't want to lie. Even Abby was like, at the point where she's like, please don't open them. Like, how can I not open the pack of cards? Poor Abby. Man, listen, Bourbon, I hope you buy her a lot of really nice stuff. Like, I'm a bit of a jerk to Mrs. the Breaker, so today I went out and bought her some Kate Spade jewelry because I realized I was a bit of a jerk this last 2 weeks. So hopefully Abby gets a little shopping spree. Oh, we've got some cozy art. We've got some cozy art. Is it gonna be it? Is this it? Is this it? It's a trap! Ha ha! Oh my goodness, look at that head. What I meant to say was look at the extreme detail that has been painted into the top of this card. Yeah. It's a trap. There you go. Sean digs it. He knows how difficult that is. Booyah. I mean, it's not like the guy works for Lucasfilm. Or I'm sorry, is it Lucas Art? Am I saying it wrong? Is it Lucas Art that you work for? Or Lucasfilm? He's like, crack those babies. All right, time for a little ASMR. Lucasfilm. Oh, LucasArts was the game. Okay, Lucasfilm. So, I mean, it's one thing to get a Star Wars sketch card. It's another thing to get a Star Wars sketch card from someone who works for Lucasfilm. It's yet another thing to get a painted sketch card sized piece of art from somebody who works at Lucasfilm. Somebody whose paintings are in George Lucas's house. Can you refund me for 700 hours of life on Star Wars? All right, here we go. ASMR. The opening of a fresh, and this is a real nice one too, by the way. Look how clean. Look how clean these corners are. These are nasty packs. Nasty. Such great shape. What year is this? 1980? Yeah, this is a 41-year-old pack of cards. Let's see what it sounds like. Oh, your gum is broken. But no mold. Oh, listen, these are like at least near mint. Now, I'm saying that with centering aside. I see your gum is broken. Like, look at these edges. Look at the surface. Look at these corners. These are like near mint. Bloomin' romance. These I will go out on a limb and say these are at least near mint. At least near mint. At the minimum near mint. I would wager there are mint cards in here if you held centering aside. Save that one for later. Oh, baby! There it is! Oh, mamma mia! That is what you're looking for, and the centering is not bad at all. Crispy corners, beautiful edges. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is off center. It's a little left, but not tragically. But look at those edges. Look at those sharp, crispy corners. Let me get it into something before I mess it up. My friend, this one needs to go. Definitely. It is my honest opinion, aside from centering, this is a really good graded card. Bolt, you may not be wrong. That could be. It depends. I mean, if they adjust it for centering, so PSA will actually grade something and tell you OC off center is the reason that a particular grade, or it would be better if it wasn't off center. But dangle, that bad boy right there is hot. Hot. That is the new hotness. The awesome one. Yes, it is. The awesome one. Can we break that card open? Asking for a friend. Ooh, okay. Wow, let's talk about centering. Yikes! Well, at least the important card was better. There you go, man. I mean, if you were going to open it, that was the card you wanted. Well, thank you. I'm glad we could bring you a fun and exciting product. Gotta love her. These cards are as old as me, and they are in way better shape than I am. I mean, for real, this card is centered very well. I don't know what the awesome one is going for, but that's a very well-centered card. As a matter of fact, it's so well-centered, I'm just going to throw in a top loader. These are dangles. Bourbon is going next. Like an onion, this romance is bloomin'. Bourbon, that's a question for you, man. All right, here's a break pro tip. Do not, under any circumstances, use Scotch tape to close your cards. Be a hero, use painter's tape. I've made that mistake in the past. That's the right way to do it. Oh, that's right. You got the Leia, right? What's up, Scotch and Cigs? See, he'll tell you, his tape sucks. Great timing for Scotch. Speaking of Scotch, drink break. Salud. Oh, yeah. I mean, Dangle, how do we top that? That was a great freaking start. $38 out of 50. Lee, go home. I know, man. Return of the Jedi. That's, I believe, Series 2. ROTJ. I know you are. Have we opened any of the Return of the Jedi? I don't know if there was anything in them. Does anybody remember? I don't have my usual man-at-arms here. This is from 1983. So only 38 years old. Save it for last. Dave Prowse as Darth Vader. Pew pew, upside down Death Star. I mean, unless the card is supposed to be like this, but then that's just weird ship arrangement. Oh, there he is. There's David in all his glory. Oh, hey, let's get some more art, shall we? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I think we know who that is. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Oh, it's our princess. Ladies and gents, it is our princess. Cinnabuns! Princess Cinnabuns. I love it, Lee. Beaut. Asa beaut. Asa beaut. Asa beaut. All right, man. What do you say? Open or save it? Spaceballs. I love Spaceballs. We need to do a Spaceballs run. I bet you can do a really awesome painting of Barf. Spaceballs the break. I wish we'd be able to use Spaceballs. That would be great. Open. Spaceballs, the epic mystery box. Another absolutely crispy pack. There's your gum, a little spotty. Ew. Wow. They said centering. What centering? All good, man. I knew you were. I waited. Oh, yeah. Checklist. The dreaded Rancor. Almost seems weird not having anybody riding him. I quit. Absolutely freezing. Haha, salacious. Definitely one of the more attractive Henson-esque characters. So DCD Collects was so kind. They sent me a mountain of top loaders and penny sleeves. Now I just got to go get him. Well, there we go. Salacious Crumb is what you get when George was thinking, this character looks like a slightly taller Yoda, but strung out on heroin. I would say that's an astute observation. So, Lee, while I am putting all of these into top loaders, did you ever get to meet George Lucas? Right, Dangle? You met George several times. Now, are you allowed to give any context as to some of the conversations? Did you talk shop or did you just talk about art? What was a good nugget of information that he gave you? Wow, you worked for Lucasfilm for 6 years before you finally met him. Talked about art and storytelling. That's amazing. Think about how great that would be, having the ear of the man himself. All right, Dangle, there you go, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're excited as I am, too. All right, Bourbon. 39 out of 50. Are you ready? I feel like I'm going to need a drink before this one. Something tells me I need a drink. Nice. Yeah, I imagine when Lucas is talking about storytelling, you absolutely shut up and listen. Bourbon, where'd you go? I'm going to pause until I know he's here. Hopefully he didn't just drop out. He's probably getting himself a drink, too. Or Abby's beating him over the head. You bought what? Again? I kill you. I don't think so. Glass of warm milk. Yeah. Oh, no, man. That was his. You've got 39. This one right here. Oh, see, look at Hellbolt. You were right. Hellbolt's like, I think he thought that last one was his. I'm glad you heard it. Return of the Jedi. I wonder if he's going to open it. The lightsaber. Ben. Ben. Not Ben. All right, Bourbon, so should we open it or should we leave it? Again, I don't know if there's anything special about Return of the Jedi. Not 100% sure. I will tell you, that's another really crisp pack. That is very, very, very nice. Damn it, Luke, how many times do you have to tell you not to stare directly into the eclipse? Open. I know it was going to be open. You wouldn't want to break your record. Man, this one's real crispy, though. A little dirty, so it leaves me to believe that it was probably one of the bottom packs. Yummy. God, look at the color. Goodness gracious, the color held up well. Sigh Snoodles. Don't eat the gum. Three-quarter view. These are in great shape. Portrait of Chewbacca. I have seen this card graded before. Portrait of Wicket. Luke. It's true. Hey, look, doubles in the exact same pack. Thanks, Tops. Ooh, look at that R2. The color lasted so well. So well. It's a great sticker. Yeah, that's right. And that's why we do this. It is our childhood in the form of a card. And yet still not. That's right. I mean, I don't expect it to be centered at this point. It is a good dopamine hit. That's right. Uh, ooh, well, I am I'm cheating and I'm looking ahead. Is this the moment? Is this the moment? I'm a little nervous. Congratulations! Oh no. Oh, this is the star file. Yoda signed out of only 5 by Dave Barclay, puppeteer. I'm sorry, out of 10. 5 out of 10. Okay, so for those who are not familiar, the star file cards are the big gets out of that set. You want the star file Yoda, the star file Luke's, the Boba, the star file Boba is like the true RC. This right here is a big card. On top of it being a big card, it's signed by the puppeteer. On top of being signed, there's only 10, and you, sir, have number 5. Dave Barclay, out of 10, Yoda Starfile. That right there, height 2'2", age 973. That right there, the card itself is a get. Then it's autographed by the puppeteer, and they only did it 10 times. This is from 2018 archives by Star Wars, or by Topps. This is the original card. Yeah, Dangle, I got time. This is the original card. So what Topps did is they bought back 10 copies of this original. This is not a reprint. Shout out to Chad Dreyer for the labeling. Oh, of course, the sticker's over it. You're gonna have to take my word for it. Behind that sticker is the date. This is not a reprint. That is an original. Also, so we are 3 hours and 24 minutes into the video. There's a decent chance some people are not going to see this. For those who don't know, those stickers are done by Chad Dreyer. That's actually Doug's late father, who passed away a couple years ago. These cards, which make them so special, by the way, in and above the cards and what they are, and I'm not sure Doug wants me to tell this story, but I'm going to do it anyway so you guys understand. Chad was Mr. Dreyer. I'll call him Mr. Dreyer because I never got to meet him. Was a collector and a completist, and this is literally how he would go. He would be okay with it. Okay, thank you, Lee. Lee would know if anybody. Lee has had the pleasure of meeting him. I did not, unfortunately, though I have been told he and I probably would have really gotten along. Um, so, Mr. Dryer would hand sticker and label based on the original checklists all of the major cards from sets and autographs. That if the autographs weren't listed, he would on his own do this. This is actually Mr. Dryer's sticker, his handwriting. So when you see Doug talking about these and pointing out the stickers, Doug's actually pointing out that his dad, his late father, is the one that labeled these. So in and of itself, when you see what Doug and Trevor and I put into these sets, Doug is literally putting some of his father's collection in here for you guys, and is, sharing his father's collection with you. And it is pretty special because the man, from all accounts, was a great collector, a great person, and as you can see, loved to be organized. So when you hear me shouting out Chad and pointing to these stickers, that's actually why I do it. Above all of that, above being the original card, being autographed by the puppeteer, being numbered only 10, I mean, you have a one-of-a-kind note from who is literally considered a collecting legend. I mean, they called his collection the Smithsonian of the West. It's not an exaggeration. It's a truth. So if you wonder why Doug is the way he is, that's the reason right there. So that makes these autograph cards that much more special in addition. Now, don't tell him I told that story. Let's not repeat that too many times. But there is very special meaning to those little stickers on the back. So if you got one earlier and you have one of those, now you kind of know why we are the ones that did that. Chad was the guy that put together the only complete sets of the 1888 Joseph Hall cabinet cards and the 1914 Boston Garters. That's true. He was a completist. So if it was out there, he wanted every single one to make the full set. But I thought you guys deserved to know the story behind that sticker. I mean, yeah, if you wanted to grab another one, that's fine. Dangle, I got you. Maybe one time I won't open. Well, it's good. Maybe the one maybe it's gonna be the one time you won't open it. Yeah, man. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I didn't get an opportunity to meet him. I met Doug afterwards. In my previous job, I did do a break that was dedicated to Chad. That was done on his birthday. It was a baseball box, and I do recall him reaching out to me personally and talking about his dad before I became one of his partners. But by all accounts, fantastic human being, truly a fantastic human being. Chad also had the highest graded Onus Wagner cards in the hobby, and that was what Sports Collectors Daily had said about him. Yeah, not messing around. The man had cards that you can't imagine in his collection, and I got to see photos of his collection, which was dismantled, but his collection rivaled anything you've ever seen in the world. It was arguably, and I've heard it was said that it was one of the largest and most complete collections of card and collectibles on the planet in one place. Dangle, did I lose you? But yeah, so that's so when you see the stuff that we're putting together and the stuff that we're trying to achieve, that level of greatness. So really, thought and care is put into everything that we do. Oh, I stun you on that one. Sorry. Did not mean to invoke any tears or contemplation. But believe me, DCD collects and the company, and I mean, you guys know my part in it. It is an honor to do this. It is not like anything else anybody is doing, and that's by design, because it was ingrained in Doug. If you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it right, and that's what we're doing. So I'm happy to be along because, as y'all know, from the previous place I worked, I would get in trouble because I didn't like certain items. And here I get to put in things and I get say in the runs. And something that didn't happen at my previous place is I have input and I can take your guys' suggestions and put it directly into the product. So when I talked to you guys about the first gallery break we did, one of the things that you guys said was bigger pieces. So that's what we did. We went out and we acquired bigger pieces. And that's why a vast majority of the break for neighborhood gallery is like full comic book page sized. They're huge. So believe me, we take all of your info direct. By the way, Dangle and Bourbon, your items will be boxed up tomorrow and at the post office by Monday. And as you guys know, my shipping is very fast. Oh my God, Lee! Yeah, the movie props they owned, mind blowing. And yeah, that's the kicker. A lot of these pieces that you're seeing and a lot of these runs are from the Dreyer collection. That's what DCD Collects actually stands for. D for Doug, C for Chad, D for Dreyer. So it's Doug, Chad, Dreyer Collects. So if you didn't know that about the name, that is where DCD Collects come from. I just happen to be DC. That DC is not me. that company has been around before I was part of it. It's Doug Chad Dreyer Collects. So you are actually getting pieces from the Dreyer collection in the most, and we will tell you if it's stuff that I acquired, and we will tell you if it's stuff from their collection. They had original Star Wars art that even George Lucas couldn't get a hold of. All right, I just got a text message. I got some more orders. Oh, okay. Wow, thank you. All right, we're opening up 3 more boxes. Bourbon got another one. Dangle got another 2. So after this, there will be only 4. Let me get that set. You want to do it next week? Hey, Bourbon, I'll hold it for next week if you want. I'm here. I mean, I'll do it if you want. This is the fun part. Dangle, I'm assuming you want yours toot sweet, right? Fun fact, Lee thinks that Chad may have been the reason George changed artist contracts so he got first rights of refusal, so collectors like Chad couldn't snipe them from him. I wouldn't doubt it. That's a good point. I can't wait. That's right. All right. All right, give me a few seconds. Let's get this on the board real quick. All right, these are the remainders. And here are the buyers. That looks familiar. All right, Dangle, 48 and 32. Bourbon, 27. I'll make sure the boxes I have left over are correct. 36, 18, 3, and 6. All right. 48, 27, 32. What's up, Tone? The only breaker who can pull off a robe. I wish this was a robe. It's a zip hoodie. I should do breaks in a robe. I'll get one of those. What's the guy from Family Feud? He makes a line of robes that are pretty dope. All right, 27 is bourbon. Dangle. Oh, that's right, Harvey. Yep, his are nasty. Those are straight up pimpin' robes. I owned one. Well, they're great. All right, bourbon. Since you went last time, I'll make you first this time. 27 out of 50. Are you ready? $27. Out of 50, I know. Bourbon is tired. He's an East Coaster. It's almost midnight for him. He's usually in bed by now. Jedi! I wonder if he's going to have me open it. Probably not. He's going to throw everybody a curve and say, nope. Nope. Next week. Hello, lady. Oh, yeah. There you go. Oh, it's a Leia special. Dig that. All carry all the time. Hey, Lee. Have you ever met anybody that was glitter bombed by Carrie? Don't open it? Okay. Oh, yeah. I was glitter bombed by Carrie. Yes, you were. It's an auto. Oh. Wait a minute. No way. Oh, dude, Warwick Davis. Yo, check that out. Dude, that's amazing. Out of 17, the legend, Warwick Davis. How does this not have a sticker on it? Dude, congratulations. Bro. Lee. Dude, this is awesome. Out of 17, a Warwick Davis auto. If you don't know who Warwick Davis is, you did not watch movies in the 80s and 90s. I know, dude, Lee, I'm saying the same thing. That's huge. I cannot believe this did not have a congratulations sticker on it. How about, let's say, I don't know, Willow? Willow is Warwick Davis. That, yes, thank you, Dangle. That is huge. I cannot believe that does not have a sticker on it. Oh, and it's look at that auto, too. That's a beaut. Oh, he's going to be in the new one? That's amazing. I'm a Warwick Davis fan. That is fantastic. Dude, congratulations. You know what? Here, hold on. We're going to make this happen. We're going to make this happen. Congratulations. That right. Hey, Bourbon, you have an offer. Uh, he's like, I'm keeping this one, Derek. PC. Congratulations. Dude, that is great. I am absolutely going to get a hold of Trevor and be like, yo, what happened? Where was the Wicket auto? It's Wicket. And he's on the cover of your pack. Well, Bourbon, buying that one extra was absolutely worth it. Absolutely. Congratulations, man. I cannot believe there was no sticker. Right? That's what I'm saying, man. I am absolutely going to rib him on that one. Did you see what I did? There he is. Dude, T-Dog. First of all, happy birthday, T-Dog's dad. T-Money, where was the congratulations sticker on that one, man? I was like, oh, it's an auto. Warwick Davis. What? Good to see you, brother. T-Money in the house. All right, Dangle, are you ready? By the way, T-Money, there's only 4 vintage epic mystery boxes left. Only 4 remain after we break these 2. Dangle, are you feeling lucky? $48 out of 50. Yes. Yeah, buddy. Somehow, the Warwick Davis auto did not have a congratulations sticker. Lando, no, we haven't hit the Lando yet. If Dangle shows areas, he's like, bro, I didn't even give you a price. I think Dangle was going to make you an offer that you couldn't refuse. There you go. Return of the Jedi. Well, now that Trevor's here, is it an open or is it keep it? I need to make a. Actually, here I got new stamps. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Check this out. I feel important. Just saying. Just saying. I got stamps. I got stamps. I thought I was cool. Right? Thanks, man. Open it. I'm so happy you said that. Hey, Trevor, get this. There's a pack of cards that Bourbon didn't open. Chewbacca! What a Wookiee! C-3PO. Trevor, we pulled an absolutely cherry Boba Fett rookie. Listen, the edges, the corners, the surfaces, gorgeous. Centering was a little off to the left, but at the most, and the chat can back me up. It was maybe a 90-10. 90-10 off center left. Let me pull it real quick. It's right here. It's nice, man. It's real nice. Look how crisp. Look how crisp that is. I would say what, 90-10? At worst, 85-15? Maybe 85-15. Absolutely cherry. That's what I recommended. I did. I did say I would recommend that one. Absolument. Absolument. All right. ROTJ. Oh, the back is beautiful. Lee. Your gum is broken. You got any more gum, Ace? No, Dan, and I'd appreciate you stay out of my personal business. Gamorrean Guard. Sail barge. So pretty. Oh, nice. Cover card. Oh, look. Back-to-back doubles. Thanks, Topps. Oh, look. More doubles. Thanks, Topps. A crumb. What? Topps, you shouldn't have. How about that? Goodness, that's a pretty lucky pack for being unlucky. Not one, but two. Oh, that's why there was two pieces of gum. It was broken into two because there was so many doubles coming. It was a hint. Which one was the rookie? Are you talking about the Gamorrean Guard? Is that the Gamorrean Guard rookie? Is that the RC reference? Yeah, okay. Triple double. I love it. Triple double. Nice. Man, so Team Money, I've been going for just shy of 4 hours. We have had a ruckus of a time. It's been fun. We talked about stuff that was great, and we talked about stuff that was slightly not safe for work. But all in all, it was a good time. Nobody serves 3 sets of twins. I love it. I will say this, and this is something that I haven't been able to say in a while. I am almost out of voice. It's been a hot minute since I rocked out 4 hours worth of live show. I love it, miss it, and quite frankly, need to get it warmed up for WonderCon anyway, because I plan to be live for most of that as well. Believe it or not, Trevor, the breaks didn't start until about 3 hours into it. No joke. That was kind of a late thing. It happened right around the time Bourbon showed up. and Dangle. Congratulations! What do we got here? Can't even hold this right now. I was hoping it was a cruel and unusual joke that they were playing on me. And that this really wasn't truly put in the set. And that it was just a rib on DC. There it is. That's the 69 Lando in all of its glory. Numbered 6 out of 9, Billy D. Williams, Lando. Now, Derek. There is a bounty on this card. There is a personal bounty on this card from me. The bounty is so high, I'm not going to discuss it on camera. You're going to have to private message me because the bounty is that high. If you choose to take the bounty, if you would like, you can disclose the terms. I will not disclose the terms. So, if you want to reach out to me, this is one that I have an offer for you for. It is up to you. I can't make you do it. But reach out to me personally, and we'll talk. And believe me, I'm going to make it worth your while. Trust me when I say that. But there it is. There is the coveted 69 Lando. Congratulations. Ho, ho, ho. Mama. That is one of my crown jewels. What I would consider a crown jewel in my Star Wars collection. So, Dangle, you know how to get a hold of me. You know how to get a hold of me. We'll leave it at that. $32 out of 50. I am so salty at you right now, Trevor. I don't even want to talk about it. 32 out of 50. So salty. Empire. Series 3. Oh, man. It's a fatty. I completely understand. I completely understand. Oh, trust me, I'm not gonna let that leave my house until I've contacted you in case you don't contact me. See, Hellbolt read the context clues. Oh, man. Listen, the Bounty Hunter set that we're coming out with, Trevor has loaded. Just wait. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Just wait till you see the next run. Just wait till you see the next run. The Bounty Hunter run is stupid. And I mean that in the best possible way. Of course, now that I know Dangle is drinking, I should probably try to make him do the deal now. I'm going to use that information to my advantage. You already know how bad I want it. I should at least get something in my advantage. Ben! Chewie! And some ships. All right, open or nah? Yeah, it was literally the 46th box out of 50 as far as timeline. Yeah, we did. We did have a Chad moment, Trevor. I really thought it was like, we'll just tell him it's in there so that he hypes it up. No, it's really in there. Dangle, did you fall off the chair? Or is it time for you to wipe? Open sesame. You know what? Now that the Lando's been pulled and I know it wasn't a lie, it really was in there, I gladly will open this for you while Trevor's watching. Gladly. Wow, I don't want to know how many duplicates are in here. Ominous. That's a great shot right there. colors are so sharp on these still. Hey, speaking of Lando. Well, Lee, there you go, man. Now you know where to find a good reference. It's also a great Yoda shot there, too. Telling you, the camera doesn't do justice. These are just absolutely gorgeous in the picture quality. You'll see. Oy vey. Dangle, dangle, dangle. Dangle, 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 dangle. My goodness, man. You have had all the hits tonight. Man. Like, I can just, it's like I drank a mouthful of the Pacific Ocean, the level of salt. I'll put in the other one. Let's see what else we have in here. Jangalang, jangalang. Oh, dude. I'll tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. If this is the one, if this is it, I know. Oh, I need to go. I need to go to bed. Oh, Ben. Hey now, Ben Kenobi. I love this one too. This is not the one I was talking about, but god dang, that is gorgeous. Look at that. Lee, you're an animal. You're an absolute animal, bro. Look at that. Hello there. I love the white highlight to make it more distinct from the background. That just makes it right there. Booyah. Dig that. Dig that. Congratulations, dude. What a great set of pulls right there. Officially, only 4 boxes remain, and that's a wrap on that run. Woo, doggy. I gotta start digging through my stuff and get ready for the trade with Dangle. Tomorrow I got to start pulling out stuff from my PC. So Dangle, here's one thing I will ask you. What are some of the, now I know most of the things you like, but what are some of the things that you would like? What are genres of things that tickle your fancy so I can build you an offer that you cannot refuse? I'm not going to disclose, like I said, I will not disclose the offer. It'll be up to you once the offer is made. If you decide to take it, I mean, I might not be able to convince you. That's a real possibility that I understand now. But if you do decide to take an offer, what types of things would you like to see in that offer? And if you decide to take the offer, if I can pry it from your fingers, you will be the one that would have to disclose the offer. It would be between you and the world. I would not disclose the offer. But give me some ideas of where I should start building. 'Cause believe me, I'm going to make it very hard for you to say no. I can guarantee that. I'm gonna make you an offer you cannot refuse. Starting to look around my room right now. Oh, I could add those. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, I do got some good stuff. I'm just saying. You name what you like. I bet I have some nasty stuff to get you. I think he passed out from all the pleasure. He's got the post-coital bliss, and he's unconscious now. You know what? Dangle, I can make that happen. Hey, Lee, you may be part of this. Lee, I may have to pay you to fast track something. We'll talk when Derek sobers up. Tomorrow, Derek, we'll talk tomorrow. Now, mind you, tomorrow I'm celebrating my mother's birthday, so it might be a little bit later tomorrow. But yeah, I might be, Lee, just stay on call. I might tap you for something. Wouldn't be the first time a friend used me and my art to get laid. I mean, it is a 69 Lando. All right, man. I think we'll listen. If that is what is up your alley, my friend, I am definitely going to be making you an offer you can't refuse. Lee, I'm going to get in touch with you as well. But we will make that happen. Trust me, Dangle. You're dealing with DC directly. There is no middleman. I am going to make it a thing. So, Tomorrow, you have a choice. I can reach out to you, or you can reach out to me. You know how to get a hold of me. You've been one of my most loyal fans for. You know what? I hate to use that word. I do, but you've been hanging around with me for 3 years. Think about it. It's been 3 years, man. And you're more than that, though. You're also a peer, and just like the rest of you, I consider you my peers and my friends, and I love all of you. I really do. Truthfully, I hope you guys. I really hope you guys realize how much I do love you and respect and appreciate everything that you do for me. But yeah, I will. Trust me, you will be very handsomely compensated. Here's what I will do. I will announce if the trade is made, and it'll be up to Dangle to reveal the trade itself. We did sell some of the Spider-Man as well. We do have, I think, about 16 or 17 spots remaining for next week. So maybe if the deal gets done, that'll be something that we can disclose in the break on Saturday of this week. So do make sure that you get in on that. Again, these are larger format pieces. Some of them are so big I don't have cases for them that I have to actually custom make one. But you're going to want to get into the Spider-Man one. You did. I put you on the list. You are in on that one as well. So we will make that happen. The art is listen, I'll do it again. I know you guys have seen this, but I'm going to stress it again. Look at this. I have a giant nugget. I wear just shy of an 8 in fitted hats. That's how big this Teixeira is, and there's 2 of them in this break. How about the cozy? I mean, for real though, Rubenstein, page sized cover art. Okay, you all know how big a comic book is. This is a comic book. This is the Teixeira. Yeah. These pieces are big. The smallest. Hold up one of your sketch cards. I don't have your sketch card on hand for scale. They're big. So that is why this one came to $124.99, is because almost all the pieces are huge. And the ones that are 4x6 are done by Keith Williams, who used to draw Spider-Man. And there's a super secret chase that nobody has seen yet. The super secret chase, I told Trevor and Doug not to reveal. It is a secret chase. Somebody is going to walk away with a variant of Spider-Man done by one of the co-creators of the character himself. It is a fan favorite version, and the piece itself has a crazy story behind it. I asked that nobody show it. Doug and Trevor have both seen it. As a matter of fact, Lee, this is how big this is, and I can't stress this enough. When I told Lee who I was talking to and what I was looking for and how much he wanted for it, he said, "Go buy it right now." The Venom, yeah, so one of Doug's personal items is in here. The cozy Venom is in here. So this was Doug's. And now it could be yours. I just noticed you penciled in the price on the back of it, Lee. And it's more than the buy-in. It's on the back. Just saying. Oh, absolutely. But I digress. Like, so it's the big chase that nobody knows about is a 4x6. And wait till I tell you the story behind it. It is very hard to get. It is something you can't find because of the story that I'll tell associated with it. So, believe you me, listen. Most of you are already in this break. If you're not in this break, you're one of the artists in this break. And believe me, tell your friends, they'll thank you for it. Lee just said, I remember that in New York, DC was muttering about the price of a piece, and I told him, suck it up. I needed to get it. That is exactly how that conversation went. I said, oh, it's so-and-so. I want him to do a so-and-so, but he wants so-and-so. And Lee stopped talking to a customer, turned to me and said, go get that piece. Fact. He said, you need to get that. You need to go back there right now and go get that. And I marched my happy little butt right over to his booth and said, okay, yeah, here's money. And that's how it went. So it's significant. The substance of it is significant. Again, I'll tell the story when we break it. So, listen, it's been 4.5 hours live. I do have to go. It's after midnight. But tell your friends about the gallery break. Since most of you are already in it, it'll behoove you to tell the people you actually like to get in on this, because there are legends in this break, and it is big. So tell your friends, get them in on it, and we're going to have a good time on Saturday. I guarantee it. All right, everybody, that's a wrap for me. My voice is almost gone. I love each and every one of you. I do. And I love each and every one of you exactly the way you are, so don't change. Please take care of yourselves and each other. I will see you guys on Saturday, guys and gals on Saturday, and we are going to have a ruckus of a time doling out some amazing pieces of Spider-Man work. Tell your friends, because it's going to be huge.